Mm.
Thanks for lurking.
Yo, good morning, chat. How's it going, everybody? How's it going? Hey, Tyler, what's good? Yeah, you don't have to worry about getting on my good side. Just have to worry about falling off. Just don't say anything too bad about Sidon and we'll be good. I'm just teasing, of course. Oh crap, I forgot my phone. Whatever. No one ever messages me or anything anyway. I'm not that important. Nice second. Chemic Musikini. That's a me. Hope you're doing well, pet. Ik hope that... Oh, wait. Whatever. Ik hope dat jouw dag is mooi. I think I might have put something backwards. Anyways, how's it going? It's fun. It's fun getting to talk Dutch a little bit. I don't want to alienate people who don't speak Dutch, though, because I know what it's like when you go on a channel and everyone's speaking a different language and you're like, what the heck? But, you know, it's nice that Pat's helping me practice a little bit. I guess I should translate. And I can also practice my pronunciation, and Pat said he can hear me, so he can complain about it after. Ik ben net thuis en stap onder de douche, dus ik hoor je wel, maar zie je niet. I just got home and I'm getting in the shower, so I will hear you, but I won't see you. Then he continued chatting for a bit. From the shower, presumably. I'm just kidding. Nice 75 stream streak, Tyler. You're getting up to 100. That's gonna be soon. Plum, thanks for lurking. I hope you're nice and cozy. Oh yeah, also our little exchange there. I was like, what? With Pat, I was like, you can hear me, you have a speaker in the WC, or the WC, which, hey guys, places where you say WC, it means water closet, not wash closet. It's water closet, which is like the bathroom, the washroom, whatever. Okay, we're gonna have a little discussion about that. Water closet, washroom, bathroom, toilet, whatever. There's a lot of languages you just straight up are like, I'm going to the toilet. You know, like French is like that. Oh, je dois aller aux toilettes. Here, that's like TMI. You're just like, I'm going to the restroom. And you're like, we all know what you're doing in there. Maybe you're fixing your makeup, but probably you're just going to go take a poop or something, you know? But it's like, you don't say that. So it's really funny. So I always assumed that water closet just meant the washroom. Like, I'm going to the washroom. I'm not telling you what I'm doing there. I'm just going to the washroom. I didn't, but then Pat's like, no, that just means toilet. And I said, I'm taking a shower. I'm not taking a shower in the toilet. So that was kind of... He's like, what? See, those are things that you don't learn from a book, you know. You gotta talk to a native. That's how you learn. Also, I learned how to say I'll be back soon, which is ik ben zo terug. So yeah, anyways. And he said, remember that I hear you, in a menacing voice before he left. I didn't know that either. Denk erom, ik hoor je. Anyway. Tyler's confused in English. And then I said, how do you say washroom? And he literally just said bathroom. Badkamer. Bathroom. Bat chamber. That's how I remember it. Kamer sounds like chamber. Anyway, I hope you guys are like fascinated, or at least not like put off by the Dutch stuff. You know how it is when my ADHD decides to latch onto something. You get to hear all about, what were my other like things I was, whatever, you know. You get to hear about RuneScape, you get to hear about this, that, and whatever, you know. Also Mina. Yeah, that was today. For some reason I thought it was the 20th. I thought it was out already. And then I thought it was weird no one was talking about it, and then I promptly forgot. Benefit of being West Coast when the US gets games at midnight. It's usually East Coast, so the game went live for me at 9. Oh, that's... I was thinking like, oh yeah, it'll be like an extra hour, like 11 instead. Oh yeah, 9. No, that's pretty good. Got a few hours, could start where the demo left off. Oh shoot, there's a demo. Goedemorgen, Glass. Goedemorgen. Hope you're doing well today. Kemi and allemaal. She said goedemorgen to all of you guys. Goedemorgen. I can't now. Right now, my brain's not processing that G. Goedemorgen. You guys can all say that now. Say that. Everybody say goedemorgen de Glass. Nog een Nederlander. Ik praat Nederlands omdat Kemi de taal wilt leren. And then he put a typo. He's Wait, nog een Nederlander. That means another Netherlander, right? Except I think Glass is also Canadian, but just speaks Dutch, but has a lot more Dutch than me. Knows a lot more. I think it's so funny that the typo you put is where you're like, I'm speaking Netherlands, or I'm speaking Dutch so that Kimmy will learn the language, and then you have a typo. So I'll learn it wrong. Lovely day to you, Glitchium. Thanks for the hydrate. I gotta do that. Hey, Bulvek, did you just say Sidon sucks? He really sucks. Alright, Bulvik is now on my bad side. What if I say balls, will they get removed? Will that get me removed? No. No. You and your balls jokes. Kimmy, ik wens jou ook een fijne dag. Oh, dankjewel. Wishing me also a nice day. I think it's okay if I do Dutch stuff if I translate, right? I don't want anyone to feel left out. And also, my Dutch is very basic. I know I sound like absolute perfect, completely fluent. My Dutch isn't that great either. I probably talk at like a 4-year-old level or something. So, you know, it's just simple stuff anyways. But it is fun to practice, and it's really nice because there's not really a lot of Dutch-speaking people here. Like they're around, I guess, somewhere, but they'll speak English, so I haven't really found them. If I was learning Tagalog, there's a huge Filipino community. There's like tons of Ukrainian people and like Polish people. There's a whole like French area. We got like every Asian thing. We got like Chinese stuff, Vietnamese markets, and like Thai places and all this stuff. But there's not really like Dutch. It's just hard to find Dutch stuff. And it doesn't help that in the Netherlands, they just do a lot of stuff in English anyway. Like, I was cruising around on like Dutch language Reddit where you can like say Dutch things, and then people like actual native speakers of Dutch will be like, lol, wese actually means toilet specifically, not bathroom. I'm not taking a shower in the toilet, you silly goose, you know, that kind of thing. A lot of them have their like video games and stuff in English. They, you know, because they're like, oh, the Dutch translations are cringe, or we just don't get them, so we just play stuff in English. So it's really hard, you know. I was like, oh, I should play some games in Dutch. That'd be cool. I found like 3 so far. 4, yeah. So anyway. Speaking of Sidon, you ever tried to beat my time on your Sidon percent run? I didn't. Should I do that again? Ik hoop dat je een mooie dag hebt. Yeah, that's it, because it's the second part of the sentence. You have to flip things around. They say WC in England too. Yeah, bathroom's the same as English. But okay, so places where you say... Here's the other thing, is even in English, I think technically bathroom is a room with a bath or a shower in it. It's also a washroom, you know. Washroom, restroom, you know. You know how you can have like a 2-piece bath or whatever? Is that what they call it? 2-piece whatever? Is like just a toilet and sink? Which isn't a bathroom at all because there's no bath in it when you think about it. And then there's like a... Oh man, I was just holding my hair up off my neck, so it's really hot in here. I was like, oh, I should tie my hair up. And I realized it's already tied up. It's just not staying off my neck, so it's too dang heavy. I gotta tie my hair up better. Okay, anyway. But yeah, it's confusing because I think like... I don't usually say bathroom. I usually say washroom. Restroom sounds really formal. Bathroom sounds like I'm gonna go take a bath now, which is weird when you're like visiting or in public. You're like, I'm just gonna go take a bath at the mall. Like, no, you're not. So it's weird. But in places where they say water, like I know it's WC, which washroom is just faster. At least in Dutch, it's wc. It's still WC, but instead of W, they just say we. So it's like, you know, it's actually shorter. I don't know why you would say WC, like why you would say that. If you type it, it's faster. It's one of those things, you know? Just excited for when your ADHD brain gets onto the Cosmere. Yeah, I gotta get into that too. That's those books, right? And soms ook makkelijker. Wait, wait, makkelijk? Hang on, that's the easier one, right? Cause, wait, what was it? Mogelijk is possibility, or possible. And, yeah, it's possible. And, actually, would possibility be, mogelijkheid? my voice just... I think I got a crumb of bran flakes or something in my throat there. Mogelijkheid? That's, like, how in the nounify things. Oh yeah, I was supposed to hydrate. I got coffee still. It's not hot. Thank God. Everything is hot here. I'm glad you corrected yourself, yeah. Myself? Are you out of the shower already? Dude, that is so fast. I wanted to shower this morning, but I was like, I need like 15 minutes. It'll be after stream. It'll be later. But also, it's kind of disheartening to shower first thing in the morning when it's still comfy, because it's going to be 30 later, and when I get back from walking the dog, I'm going to be all gross and sweaty again anyway, so I might as well just wait till then. Enjoy the almost free hug glitch. I might have said that already. If I did, then you get a bonus actually free hug on top of the almost free hug. Kimmy enjoys stupid balls jokes. Confirmed. Who doesn't? Hey Nano, hope you're doing well. Last few sentences was not fluent at all, but that is fine. I was just teasing. Nearly everybody in the Netherlands speaks English. Most Dutch Twitchers stream in English too, so not a lot of opportunities to practice. Yeah, that's true. I'm thinking what I might do is get my mom, see if she wants to like FaceTime me or do a call like every week. Maybe, you know? Maybe that'll be good, because I gotta practice speaking. I'm playing Alba in Dutch, so I'm taking some photo's of the wildlife and you know, saving the island and stuff. And yeah, shave your head, problem solved. Honestly, I've always wanted to shave my head, but after like decades of dreadlocks, it would, you know, I don't want to lose all that time. I'll have to grow it all back. Although I gave up my initial dream of having dreadlocks down to like my knees. There's a guy in town, his dreads go, they're probably by his ankles now. He's probably tripping on them. It's crazy. But dude, dreadlocks are so heavy. Even what's like, I don't know, anyone in chat ever had long, like really long hair? I used to have hair really long, like almost to my butt. That's not even super long. That's long. But, you know, until you have to worry about sitting on your hair, I feel like it's not like uber long. Hey, also, this is for Glitchium, I guess. The U with the umlaut is more like a U, right? It's like a U sound. I didn't notice that, but I think it's more like the Dutch U sound, like bus. How do you say bus in German? Is it also bus? Maybe it's just bus in every language. So Uber is actually Uber or something like that. Bus. Omdat Engels en oh, that's a new word. Verplichte taal is op de middelbaar. I have trouble with the words that look English, ironically.
Thanks for lurking.
Hey Les, thanks for lurking. Happy weekend Eve. Middelbaar school. Sterker nog, tegenwoordig zelf in latere groepen op de basisschool al. What's a basisschool? Is that like elementary school? Oh, you just did like a quick shower. Yeah. 5 minutes in a shower. If I don't wash my hair, it takes me under 5 minutes. Like if I just work out and I just want to like not be gross. Yeah. Uber has a train now. That's crazy. And doesn't make much sense, if you ask me. Isn't the point that you hire them and they take you somewhere? Imagine having a taxi train. Be like, oh, sorry, my tracks don't go there. You heard your name, your connection's a bit janky. I was saying the U with the umlaut, like in Uber, it's more like Uber, right? It's like a U instead of a U. Uber helicopter. Ooh. Yeah, there you go. That's where the real money is, right, Benny? Seems like a regular train, but with extra steps. Yeah, I'm not sure how that would work. For me, it's just if I have to wash my hair, but I try not to wash my hair more than twice a week. So here's the thing with dreadlocks, is a lot of people assume that you just, like, don't wash your hair for some reason. I don't know why they think that. That's disgusting. I've definitely washed my hair, you know, in the last, you know, few decades or... How long have I even had dreads? It's been a long time now. It's been a while. Probably, like, 15 years or more. I don't know. Anyways... But, like, you gotta wash your hair, dude. What you don't want to do is put all kinds of crap in it. Like, I don't use any products in my hair. Just shampoo and that is it. Shampoo and water. That's all that goes in my hair. Sometimes coconut oil if it gets, you know, there from my piercings or something. But that's it. I think you can put oil in your hair, but that just seems like a bad idea to me. Like, my head's already oily. I don't want to add, you know, to it. The U sounds like that. Yes, I got it. So, but if I wash my hair, it takes a lot, because you gotta rinse it really good. Imagine having ropes on your head, right? Everything gets, like, they're like little vacuum, like they're like little spongy ropes, and they just suck up everything, so you have to rinse really good. So it takes a long time for me to, like, rinse out my hair after I shampoo it. And then it takes, like, a freaking hour to dry it. Which is actually nice in the summer, because, you know, like, in the winter, if I have, like, damp hair on my shoulders, I'm just like, ah, and then I'm gonna catch a cold or something. But in the summer, it's kind of like just having a damp towel on my shoulders, you know? It's nice. Just built-in air conditioning. Don't use hair conditioner if a nuke goes off or if there's radiation, because the radiation particle sticks to your hair. It sticks to conditioner that's left over in your hair. Dude, I can't remember the last time I used conditioner. Also, apparently, my sister-in-law taught Freak and me how to use conditioner, like, 2 years ago. I found out that you're not supposed to put conditioner on, like, your whole head. Did you not know? Did you know that? You're just supposed to put it at, like, the ends if you have long hair. So I guess if you have really short hair, you don't really need it. I always thought it was to make your hair kind of slippery so it doesn't tangle, but I guess it's just for, like, the ends. She found out that Freak was putting conditioner in, like, his whole hair, and she was like, "You what? Don't do that. Just put it in the ends." Oh, okay. Depends on your natural setup. If oily, something to help curb that. If dry, then add oil. Yeah, I guess if you have, like, a dry, itchy scalp. If that's the case, you might wash your hair too often. You want to know something? Okay, this is kind of gross, but when I first put my dreads in, I didn't wash my hair for a week. A whole week. Because I wanted to make sure they, like, took root properly and, like, tightened up and whatever, and I just didn't want to, like, tangle them bad. Like, they're supposed to tangle, but, you know, not together. I didn't want to have one giant dreadlock. I wanted to have, like, you know, nice dreads. So for the first week, it was really bad because it was, like, greasy and itchy and horrible. But the interesting thing, and like I said, I wash my hair about twice a week, but my head doesn't get, like, super oily. I mean, it's summer now, and I'm just, like, sweating all the time because it's gross and hot, so all bets are off. But generally speaking, the more you wash your hair, the more you need to wash your hair, and the less you wash your hair, the less you need to wash your hair. So if I kept that up and just only washed my hair once a week for the last, like, 10 years, my scalp would just not make as much oil. So it wouldn't be that gross. Just for the first few weeks, getting used to it, I guess. But if you wash your hair every single day, if you miss a day, the next day you're going to feel gross. You're going to be like, oh, it feels like I haven't washed my hair in a week. Whereas I wash my hair every, like, you know, 3 or 4 days, then it's fine. Like, your scalp kind of, like, regulates like that, I think. Also, I didn't know that about the nuke, but of course you would know that. You know so many random little things, Nana. Basisschool is primary and elementary. Oh, okay. We have, like, preschool here, and then elementary starts at when you're 5 or 6, you go to kindergarten, right? So primary school is, like, before that. It's like the practice school, getting used to school. Today's a bit of an umph day. That's no good. Conditioner seems girly and I'm a boy. Tell that to, like, Sephiroth that he uses hella conditioner. Middle bar school is high school. Oh, it sounds like middle school. What's middle school then? Or does school's a different thing too. Some people, high school is grade 10, 11, and 12, right? And some places it starts at 9. Are there places where you just do, like, kindergarten to grade 9 in one school, and then you go 10, 11, 12, and that's it? Your hair's too short for you to just condition the tips. You don't got anywhere to use it. Chance it's already combined with the shampoo I use, like a lot of men's shampoos. A lot of men's shampoos do that. My mom's hairstylist, I think it was, said not to use the combo ones because I don't know, they have to add a bunch of other unsavory stuff to it. I don't know. I always use separate ones, and then I stopped conditioning my hair because I wanted it to be in knots. So it's a little counterproductive. The only time I used conditioner in the last, like, 15 years or whatever it was is because I wanted to remove some of my dreads, so I conditioned the crap out of them and I combed them out. Which, by the way, that's another thing you can do with dreadlocks. People assume that you have dreads, they're like, oh, you're gonna have to cut that all off. Shave your head, like Nano said. That's not true. I used to have a full head of dreads, and I combed out, like, half of them. It's a pain in the butt, and it takes, like, a long time. But you can do it if you don't put stuff in them. A lot of people, if you go to like a salon to get dreadlocks put in, they'll probably put wax and all kinds of stuff to make them look nice right away. But if you do that, if you're like, you know, that's, I don't know, the idea of like waxing my hair into ropes sounds really not appealing. I don't like putting anything in my hair. So pretty sure unless you're getting actively dirty, you're not supposed to do a full wash daily anyway. True. But like I said, it's summer now, so... But yeah, if I'm like doing a lot of cardio and stuff where I sweat a lot, I don't really sweat a lot with weightlifting, but if I'm like running or dancing or something, especially when it's freaking 30 degrees, yeah, then I'm showering after. Have I played Crisis Core? They do make a comment about Sephiroth's hair care routine? Well, shoot, now we gotta play it. Does that... Oh yeah, they re-released it or something, right? Hey Crow, how's it going? We're talking about hair care. You know. Because I'm a girl streamer. We're gonna be talking about makeup next and then pretty dresses, so be sure to stick around for that. I started Crisis Core because I had it on PSP for some reason. I don't know why I had it. Maybe I don't know. I don't know why. Feeling really depressed, had to do 4 hours of unpaid overtime. Oh, that sucks. Oh my god. And in the sun. That's awful. Hopefully you got a nice shower. Since, yeah, we're talking about showers too. Pretty dresses. Yeah, but... Well, actually, I did buy a pretty dress at the thrift store last time I went, or a few times ago. There was this really neat looking dress. It looked really like, dang it, now I'm actually talking about dresses. I don't I don't usually wear dresses, but I was like, why not? Maybe. It's gonna be probably comfier than pants when it, you know, when the apex of summer hits. I might be happy to not be wearing pants, you know? So I found, I don't really go for like the super girly dresses, but I've found one. Well, my sister-in-law's always wearing these like gothic black dresses and stuff, and they just look really neat. And I saw one that I was like, oh my god, that is totally a her dress. So I bought it. So one day when we go to like a family thing, I might be like, hey, are you gonna wear one of your black dresses? Because I'm gonna match. And we both look alike, sort of. So, like, we both have long straight hair, and that's about it. We both have long straight hair. So... But I think it'd be kind of neat, you know, just dress like her. We can be twinsies. And I found a dress that looked like some kind of mystical, like, druid dress or something. It has, like, cutouts on the shoulders, and it's very, like, flowy. And, I mean, dresses are always flowy, but it looks like something magical, like an elf would wear. I like elf-looking dresses. And middle bar... Wait, middle bar. You spelled it B-A-R-E, and now you're spelling it B-A-A-R. Oh, and you also said another... Wait. 12 to 16, sometimes 18? Wait, grade? No, that's age. You guys don't have grade 18. That'd be ridiculous, right? Heb even in Waxschotel besteld hopelijk doet de bezorger... What the heck? How the heck do you do a G after an R? Bezorger? Or niet te lang over. I don't know most of those words. Hang on, Pat. Let me Google Translate you real quick. I will have you know, for the most part, I'm not Google Translating, though. This one, I don't know what the heck you said. I don't know what a vokschotel... Oh, a wok dish. Hopelijk is hopefully. I like that. Bezorger. Okay. Oh, I just ordered a wok dish. Hopefully the delivery person won't take too long. Is it a wok dish or is it a stir fry? I guess it's... Is it the same thing? Is that what you've been saying, stir fry? Because it translated to wok dish, but Google Translate doesn't know how humans talk. As a bald man, I have to say I care about hair care. You have a beard, though. You got a magnificent beard, so beard care. Beard is also hair. You have no water glitch? Oh my god, that's the worst. Do you have a barrel effervescent or some kind of effervescent or something nice you can sip on? Crisis Core had a recent-ish remaster, not a whole lot. Just a fangirl, I think, talking about how just to wash his hair takes a full bottle every time. It's funny that they have like a fangirl in there. That's funny. I think of all the Final Fantasy VIIs, maybe I would like Crisis Core the best. I don't know. It's like I can't remember what the battle system is like in that one. Time to bust out the kilts. I don't have a kilt. You should get a kilt. Guys in chat, you get like I really, if I was a guy, I'd be wearing kilts all the time. Oh my god, guys, if I was a guy, I'd be you. Oh my god, I would be the coolest guy. I would probably have a big crazy beard because my brother is able to grow a big crazy beard, so I probably could. Although my dad can't really grow much of a beard, so I don't know. Maybe I can't. Anyway, but I would have a beard. Maybe like, you know, I would have a heavy metal beard. I would probably wear guy liner. I would absolutely own eyeliner. I don't as a girl, but if I was a guy, I probably would. Isn't that funny? And I would have kilts. I would be wearing those kilts, dude. I'd be rocking the kilts. Kilts are really cool. I would have like the gothic ones with like the trip, you know, the trip pants that have like chains and straps all over them. I would have that, but a kilt, like a gothic kilt. Those are so cool. I should dye my hair blue. That would be cool. I've always wanted to dye my hair blue. Should I do that? Maybe I should. I love blue hair. I was gonna say, if I were a guy, I'd have blue hair. I'm like, that's not... Like, I could do that anyway. They stopped calling them grades at 8. In high school, they restart calling first class, second class, etc. First year, second year, etc. I'm not sure if that makes more or less sense. I feel like the one that doesn't make sense is in the States, where they have freshmen and Singapore and junior and whatever. It's not Singapore. That's a what is it called again? Sophomore. I don't know what the heck a sophomore is. What does that even mean? Here we got like 9, 10, 11, 12, and then you're done. Unless you screwed up, then you're going back. But it's still called 12. You're just doing it again. Oh, you don't have like a stash of your drinks. You gotta think about... Alright. Wok-schotel is stir-fry dish. That makes sense. What's like... Well, wok is wok, I guess. Schotel, is that like... What does that mean specifically? Just like a fried or dish or meal or something? I don't know. Traditional kilts have some special knife you wear? Maybe. Traditional, like, Scottish kilts. They're a thing outside of Scotland, too, right? Sophomore plus second year. So 10th grade of high school. Oh, sophomore is second year. Yeah. You got fresh... I think wait. No, what the heck is junior? Junior sounds like the baby one, but I think it's freshman is 9, sophomore's 10, junior's 11, and then senior... I was like old. Yeah, senior. It's probably junior and senior is 11 and 12, I guess. Why don't you guys just give them numbers like everyone else? Oh yeah, there. Tyler said it. Yeah, in the UK it's simple. 1, 2, 3, 4. Knife in the kilt. Yeah. Schotel's a plate. Oh, literally translated, but food, like a plate of food, like a... Well, when you think about it, dish is also a plate, right? But it's usually... A dish is usually a plate of food, unless it's like a dirty dish or something. Kind of weird, all those little things, right? Do you guys realize how, like, crazy languages are and how weird they are to learn? For example, the word to mean, like, strong, right? So in the morning, you want coffee, right? You need something to wake you up. You want strong coffee, right? But when it's raining, it's not raining strong. It's raining hard, right? But they mean the same thing, but they don't, right? Or if you get like a motorcycle and it can go really fast, I guess you could say it has a strong engine, but you would probably say it has a powerful engine, right? It's so powerful, strong, whatever. The word thief, okay, this one is crazy. And this is why I'm so glad that I already know English. English is just so messed up. So, like, if you steal something, right? If you steal something, in French, voler is steal. If you vol something, you're a voleur. Voler, voleur. Steal, stealer, basically, right? Here, if you're a stealer, you're, what, is that football or something? Anyway, but like, if you steal something, you're a thief. But if you, like, steal from somebody in like a back alley, you're a mugger. You know, if you steal from someone's house, you're a burglar. If you steal from a bank, you're a robber. If you're stealing on the high seas, you're a pirate. Like, no, what the heck? And none of them sound anything alike. None of them sound anything like the word steal, you know? But the stealing, like the event of the stealing is called a theft. So then thief kind of makes sense. But it's really weird. Like, our language is so messed up. So all you guys who have English as a second language, like, good job, man. Like, just, it's... It's so confusing. Never mind the slang. I was having like a conversation with my mom about slang the other day, and I was like, oh yeah, cap is another one. Another one these kids say. I think that means to lie. So when they say no cap, it's like, you know, true. Just say true. It's shorter. Heb jij sterke koffie nodig om door de harde regen te komen? You have wait, oh yeah, you need strong coffee. But then the rain comes hard. I kind of, yeah. Ja, hij gaat niks van mij stelen. I wouldn't steal from you, don't worry. I wouldn't steal a thing, except for that eraser I accidentally stole from school when I was like 5. I think I told you guys about that. I was using an eraser on like recess or something, or like art, or whatever the heck 5-year-olds do at school. And I put it in my pocket, I guess, just because, you know, when you're a kid, you just sometimes put stuff in your pocket, like, absent-mindedly, right? Hot Wheels car goes in the pocket. Eraser goes in the pocket. I got home and I was like, oh, that's not my eraser in my pocket. That's the school's eraser. And I freaked out and I was so scared. And then the next day, I think I snuck back to school and I think I just, like, put it by the door and then ran away. I was like, I need to return this, but I don't want anyone to know I took it because then I'll get in trouble. So I just, like, put it by the door. Then it turns out, like, one of my old teachers is watching the stream and is like, oh, it was you. Tracks me down. We need you to pay for this eraser from 20,000 years ago. I'm like, oh, you got me. Sophomore is a noun. A student in the second year at college or a 4-year secondary... Wait, it's also a college word? As an adjective, being or associated with the second in a series. I mean, sophomore kind of sounds like second. Huh. It's kind of like you did the first year, so for more, you go back for the second year. That's so weird, though. Anyway, should we start our song? Have a story. And just to practice my Dutch, I'm not going to tell you the story in Dutch. That's too much work. I'm sorry. Sorry. That's Dutch for sorry. All right, you guys. It's like break time in 10 minutes. My goal is to get the drums done. Or not done, but started, rather. Here's our story, okay? Here's our story thus far. Well, I'm not going to say the whole story so far, but Kija and her mom arrive in the wintry village of the elves, where they're from. Kija's mother was born there. Kija was... Where the heck was Kija born? I'm not sure if I think Kija might have also been born there. But she's half elf, and so she decided to live with her human family because they won't be around as long. So, you know, live with the humans until they're all dead and then go live with the elf family. Oh, now I'm talking about my story and you're lurking. I see how it is. I see how it is. I'm just kidding. You got stuff to do. Thanks for hanging around. And, heb een mooi lurk. Wait, yeah, heb een mooi lurk. Can I have a good lurk? Huh? Have a beautiful, no, mooi's not really. Have een leuk lurk. There you go. I hope your lurk is leuk. Anyways. But this story, so last time Kija and the princess of the elves, they went on like a little date. Princess Wintry was showing her around and they ended up at the winter tree and it's all frosty and cool. And this elven village, it's more than a village. It's more like a town, or it's not really a city. It's kind of whatever. Anyways, it's always winter, but it's never cold. Did I steal that from something? That sounds like something that already is a whatever. Anyway, it's like super frosty and stuff, but you know how like frost and snowflakes and everything, they're really beautiful, but if you touch them too long, then your fingers start to hurt and you're like, It's like that except without the hurty part. It's just beautiful and nice, you know? And it's because of this magical tree that grows in the middle of their town that just keeps everything in a state of just pleasant winter, you know? It's like if Canada wasn't horrible sometimes. You know what? Canada's pretty awesome. I do love it here. It's just sometimes it gets really freaking cold and sometimes it gets really freaking hot. But like the winter is absolutely lovely when it's bearable, you know? And the summer can be nice too. I'm not much of a summer person. You know how I've been saying that I was actually kind of looking forward to summer this year? Summer got here and I take it back. I'm ready for the snow to start flying again. I would love to have autumn for more than a week and a half. That would be amazing. So, anyway, being a long life race, falling in love with a standard or short life race sounds so tragic. Are you foreshadowing? Are you reading my mind here? Yeah, well, I guess I said they went on a date. So now, this is something I'm really proud of, okay? I'm really proud of this in my world building, okay? Be proud of me. So Kija, yeah, she's in love with the princess and vice versa. But for them to get married, there's some certain things because she's an elvish princess. You know, you can't just like go marry the princess. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way, you know? Kija is a half elf. Like they're okay with marrying outside the race. It is tragic, like you said, because humans don't last as long as elves. Kija will last somewhere between as long as a human and an elf because she's half, you know? So she doesn't age quite as quickly as a human, but she won't live as long as an elf. So the princess will outlive her, you know, most likely. If they're left to, you know, live out their lives in a natural course, which who knows, because of all the kerfuffles that Kija's always finding herself in. Who knows? Anyway, so she wants to basically go get permission to marry the princess, and the royal, I guess the king, the royal family, but namely like the king, is like, all right, you can, but here's the thing. So their custom when there's a royal marriage is that usually it's between royal families, right? So like a prince from one family and a princess from another family, or two princes or two princesses or whatever. And then what they do is they trade crowns, and then that's like their ceremony. Kija doesn't have a crown because she's not royalty. So for her, it's a little bit more difficult. She has these trials that she has to do. I know we're like 5 songs in and now we're finally getting to the meat of it. So she's got these trials to do so that she can craft her own crown to give to the princess, and then they can trade. So I don't know. I thought this was pretty brilliant, to be honest. And I was going to say not to toot my own horn, but I think I will for a minute because I think it's cool. That's why I'm writing it, because I think it's cool, right? I think it was a good idea. So it's kind of, in a way, it's almost more meaningful. Like, she's not royalty, so she has to, like, do more to prove herself, prove her worth and everything, you know? And then by her, like, creating and making this crown specifically for the princess, it's, like, a little bit more special than, you know, giving up, like, her own if she had one, but she doesn't, so she's gonna make one. But anyway, so she's got to go off, and then these are so if you think about this in like this form of a video game, right? So she'd be going and getting, like, the metal and getting the gems and getting all this stuff, and then, you know, so there's all these trials she has to do to get all the parts. She's an inventor and an engineer, so she should have no trouble actually crafting it. She's worked in forges before and stuff like that, so she's you know, got a bit of an advantage there. But getting the materials, sourcing the materials is going to be tricky, because you can't just go find, like, just some steel or iron or whatever. This has got to be a crown fit for a princess, an elven princess. So she's going to be wearing it for a long time, too. So Kija's going to make her this beautiful crown. So this song that we're making today is where the king and, like, the royal, like, the important people, whatever, they're all they're all saying, like, okay, if you know, if the princess accepts you and you want to marry her, this is what you got to do. And, you know, you need this kind of metal and this kind of gems, and it has to be this quality and whatever. And they're laying down all of the rules and stuff, right? So that's what this song is. And I want it to be kind of like, so it's like she's there getting, like, a briefing, like, your mission, should you choose to accept it, you know, that kind of thing. So I wanted it to be almost like, the vibe I have is kind of like Corneria. That's it. I was like, what the heck is the Star Fox song? Corneria, like that, or that kind of like march, like that kind of, like, I don't know why I wanted to sound military-y, but it, like, not, you know what I mean? With the drums, with the snare, like the something like that. something, you know. So that's where I want to start with this. That's actually pretty close. So I want to at least get this, because that's actually the only part I figured out. I was going to bed last night, and I was like, I should probably, like, read over my notes so at least my brain can start hatching something, which worked perfectly, by the way. Which Corneria? I guess the N64 one, because that's the only one I've played, and it turns out I've just played that game a bunch. I played the 3DS one, then I played the OG port. Yeah. Also, my seasons are the same for you, except summer is dead last. I love autumn. It's just the best. Spring is a pretty close second. Basically, I love the seasons where I don't have to worry about frostbite or heat stroke. Those are my favorite ones, you know. And then my third favorite is frostbite season, and then heat stroke is last. But fall has all the pretty leaves and everything. Like, I guess fall is like, you know, fall has the pretty leaves. Spring has pretty flowers. I like pretty things, but I like it when I can just go out and wear a sweater and it's just nice out. I do, you know what? I wonder. I think spring and fall might be tied, because spring is usually when you get all the rain and the storms. I love a good spring rainstorm, you know? We totally skipped spring, like I swear to you. I'm not even kidding, last week it snowed. It snowed. Last week, like, penultimate week of May, and it's fucking snowing. And then it all melted instantly because the next day it was, you know, hot. But it's like, where's spring? Although, my apple tree has little flowers on it. It's little bloompious. So, we should hopefully be getting some apples soon, which is great because the stores are, like, all the apples we get let me try that again. All the apples that we've been getting from the stores are just, they're getting more expensive, and a lot of them are just really, like, pulpy, or they are going bad super fast, and I don't know why. You know, even if we put them in the fridge, but then I don't really like eating cold apples because they're cold in my teeth, but anyway. Can you have an apple? Yeah, I'll mail it to you. By the time it gets there, it'll be applesauce. Maturing is realizing that summer was only your favorite because you got months out of school. Yeah, we also got 2 months off school. That was pretty nice. And I mean, sometimes we would go to the beach or camping or actually do summer stuff, but most of the time I was just sitting home watching cartoons, not going outside, you know, and not going to school. Winter's less because you like swimming in summer. Oh, yeah, swimming is pretty good. You can swim in winter, too. Are indoor pools really popular in the States, or is it mostly all outdoor? Or just beach? Because here, I think most of the pools here are indoor. We only have a few outdoor pools because they can only be open for like 3 months. Big Apple trying to make you buy more apples. Well, it's doing the opposite, because every time I'm like, oh, man, I gotta stop buying apples. They just keep going bad. Plant a tree instead. Maybe it's Big Apple Tree. Yeah, it's Big Apple Tree. Trying to get us to buy apple trees. I gotta, like, freeze apples. I think what I should do is slice up a bunch of apples and then freeze them on, like, a cookie sheet. Like, what do they call that when you freeze things separately? Like, Freak, we had a bunch of spinach because I got a giant bag of spinach, and then Freak was like, oh my god, the spinach is gonna go bad, we better freeze it. And I was like, good idea. And he just stuffed it all in a bag and threw it in the freezer. So now we've got a giant frozen spinach ball in the freezer. So I was making ice cream yesterday. I was like, oh, might as well throw some spinach in here. And I'm like trying to peel off leaves off this big frozen spinach. Whereas I used to, like, my family, before I moved out, we used to get frozen spinach, but they froze all the leaves separately and then put them in a bag and kept them frozen as, you know, so you know, it was a lot easier to just scoop out like a cup of frozen spinach leaves instead of having to rip them off a big frozen spinach ball. Anyway. Oh yeah, so last night, like I said, I read over my notes and then I was going to bed and in my brain I could hear ta 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 ta, and I was like, oh, that's it. Da, da, da. 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a whoops 40 and or whatever. Wait, da 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 da. If I do a retrig on here, that should do it. Wait. And then if I kill it here, that's probably right. We need it slower because this is supposed to be all regal and stuff. Okay. Da 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 da. Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm going for. Da, 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 da. This should be a bit shorter. Yeah, okay. And then I'll also put a thing, like, actually, yeah, we'll get rid of that. And we'll do E. Man, it's actually been like a couple weeks since I've done this, huh? No wonder I'm a little bit like, eh? Yeah, something like that. Except, wait, snooze, snooze, snooze. Ooh, that was close. Hang on, so I could, we need just like this. I still want my little, this thing. Oops. And then here is where we'll put, this, and we'll put a 1, maybe 2. Oh, wait. Okay, hang on. We put a 0? Whoa. Hey there, Mustang. Welcome back. Nice 3-stream streak. Very nice. I'm gonna put this on here. And then this goes here. And then this one is gonna be like that. And then 0 is gonna just have like this. Oh, wait a second. Oh, wait. Oh, we need it to be on 2. Okay, let me just make sure this is working as intended, so... Yep, it is. Okay. Like, let me just change something dramatically so that I can tell that it's... Whoops. Why does it still feel? It seems so fast. Something still sounds a little off. Whatever, it'll be fine. I'll come back to that. But we gotta save our song as... I was gonna call it a worthy task. So how do we fit that? Worth tusk. It's a worth tusk. Yeah. You can go to the sun now that's later, the sun won't kill you. You need like a parasol or something, you know? Parapluie or parapluie is umbrella in like Dutch and French. Parasol. Oh, is a sun, whatever. I still don't know what the para part is supposed to mean. Like to protect you, I guess. I'm not sure where that chunk of the word comes from, but parasol. Why do we call it an umbrella? Where the heck does that word even come from? It doesn't sound anything like an umbrella. What does that mean? If anything, it sounds like a shadow, like umbra, umbrella. I want it to sound like it's like a emo para. We should at least call it a para rain, pear rain. I don't. Anyway, I think it's break time. I think it's break time. If any of you guys want to get caught up on the story that we're doing today, I still have to update that one thing. I keep forgetting to update. I should do that though. Okay, let me find it real quick. Let me find it. Collections. No, it's not even under collections. I don't have it there yet. I need to write it. I don't think I do. Did I make it? Kimmy's Adventure Party 7. Nope.
Thanks for lurking.
Thanks for lurking, and thanks for the triple whammy glass. Is parasol a combination of para and soul? Yeah, I just figured that out, but what the heck does para mean? Because, right, I'm doing there's interesting word stuff at play. Para, like parasol, right, is like a sun, shield or whatever, sun blocking, protecty thing, right, whatever you call it. I'm not sure what para means. But then in French, an umbrella is a parapluie, and pluie is rain. And in Dutch, it's a parapluie. And oh wait, but pluie doesn't mean rain. Regen is rain. Pararegen. I don't know. But why don't we call it a parapluie in English? I wonder if there's any English word, like, I don't know. My UK people, anything? Do you ever call an umbrella a different word? A parapluie or something? Glass, I'm trying to figure out the word, like what the para part means. Because, yeah, it's an umbrella, but they don't say umbrella in any other language. They say parapluie, parapluie. I don't know how they say it in Spanish. It's probably like... How do you say rain in Spanish? I'm having a brain fart. I don't remember. Same thing, though. It's a lot of words in Dutch that you borrow from English and French. Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out, like, what the heck what does umbrella mean? What does the word... I know what it is, right? I know what an umbrella is, but what does umbrella mean? Like, it... You know, the umbra part, it sounds like shadow, like shade from the Ella, which does not mean rain, I don't think. So I'm not sure what that's all about. Paragua. Oh, Paragua! That would be it. That would be a Paragua, like water, right? Yeah, shield water instead of a Paragua. Can we start calling it that? That's cool. Or a Paraqua. We should call it a Paraqua. Whoa, a Paraqua. I'm gonna start calling my umbrella a Paraqua now. Freaks gonna be like, what the heck? I'm gonna be like, oh, it's supposed to rain, better take a Paraqua. Oh, what? We're like the only... I don't think I've heard umbrella in like... Or any umbrella adjacent word in a different language. They're always para something. An origin to shield or block. There you go, that makes sense. So in Dutch it should be a regenschild. Yeah. Rain shield. Actually, there's probably a windschild. Windschild. Is that what it's called on the car? Windschild? Windshield? I don't know. But it's interesting because, yeah, parasol is an umbrella, but for the sun. But I'm trying to figure out what umbrella actually means. Para has a lot of meanings, one of them to protection or defense, hence parasol. So that makes sense, but then now I want to know, is it etymology or entomology? Entomology is the bug one, right? And etymology is the word one. Speaking of words. But yeah, there's got to be something with umbrella then. Umbrella sounds like the shadow, right? Umbra. But then what's the Ella part? Under my umbrella, Ella. Anyway. Glitcham, I hope you feel better soon. I hope you can get a snack or a drink or something that helps you feel better. Hopefully you don't, like, you're not feeling nauseous or whatever. Nauseated, I should say. Nauseous is when you make other people nauseated. Dude, words, right? Oh my god, words. Oh, I remember what I was looking for. I was gonna just, oh, I don't... Whatever. Patreon, for some reason, I've always had trouble navigating Patreon on the creator side. If I go to my page as like a public page, I can find it. If I go like from my side, it's really hard to find things. So, I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, this is what I want. Oh, wait, lore. Aha, aha. Is this it? Wait, okay, I've been confusing myself with this for way too long. Here, you guys. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take this. Make sure it works. Okay, here. Anybody who wants to read through the lore of the story, for which I am composing a new song right now. There you go. And you know what? I'm gonna make my lore command put that, because I have a lore command and I always forget what it does, so I don't click on it. Because I'm just, you know, I'm bad at stuff sometimes, okay? I'm not very good at my job all the time. Oh, here. Patreon lore. Does this... I want you to be able to read it if you want. Also, you want to know something weird? Tyler, you were talking about the Zelda command yesterday. I, like, can't find it. I'm like, where is the Zelda command? I tried to update it and I couldn't find it. Really weird. And the lore one apparently doesn't... What happens if I type lore? Did I just not... What? Where is... What? Where is this? I'm so confused. It's so weird. It's like a bunch of my... Oh, it's not showing all of them. It's only showing page 1. Well, shoot, they changed that on me. Okay, there it is. Oh, look, in Zelda. Okay, I can do that. Okay. All right. Where's the lore thing now? There it is. Okay, okay, okay. So now, if we update it, like, that's a collection of monthly lore bits, but we can also do this. Maybe this is better. I don't know. The first one is a collection where I was manually putting them all, which is good. Let me see. Which one looks prettier? That one is a little bit... It's just a lot, honestly, if you click on it. It's just kind of overwhelming looking. The other one, if you do the filtered search, it puts them in reverse chronological order. So if you want to, you can scroll down to the January one and then read them all in order. That's probably easier to follow. All right, there we go. So yeah, the new and improved lore one. There we go. So you can see them all in order. Because every month I make a song, and when I send out the songs, I post the lore that goes with the song for everybody to see, whether you're pledging on Patreon or not. The only, like, the biggest difference on Patreon, you can join as a free member. Like, you can follow me on Patreon for free, and you see all my posts and stuff that I do, unless I specifically lock them to paid posts, like, to paid only. The only time I do that is, like, rarely for, like, special sneak peeks and stuff. If I want to, like, show members something ahead of time, or if I want to show, like, pictures of my studio or, like, IRL stuff, I'll usually put that behind the paywall just because I don't want it as public. I realize it's on the internet, so it's still out there anyways. But I'm like, I don't need everybody to just see this, right? It's like a special thing for the people who pledge, because there's a fine line, you know. You gotta... It's kind of like the Twitch sub Discord. It's like, it's not for people to feel bad if they don't sub, but it's like an extra thank you for people who do sub, because you can watch without subscribing. So if you do want to subscribe and, like, contribute and support me, then I want to thank you, right? So I made the Discord for that. It's not supposed to make people feel bad who aren't in it. It's supposed to be like a little extra thank you, like a bonus, right? So I treat Patreon the same way. I try to make most of my posts public, and I'll put little, like, music snippets and, like, drum videos and little things in there and, you know, whatever. And then sometimes I'll put something for supporters only, just as a little bonus, you know. Otherwise, there's no reason to support if everybody gets everything, right? So I have to try to strike a balance. But all the music, if you pledge on Patreon, I send you the music every month. And if you don't, then you just have to find it on Bandcamp later or wherever. This year, I don't know if I'm going to be putting it on Bandcamp, but it will be somewhere. Probably also Patreon, but it would be free to listen to as well. So anyway, yeah, all that said. But you can go catch up on the story with that latest one if you want. I was confusing putting a bunch of stuff, my bad. But, I'm going to play some music now that the ad is pretty much over, and we'll take a break. Also, thanks for the hanging out and the language input and stuff, Glass. You're rebuilding a wooden fence that blew down during a windstorm. Oh, no. That sucks. Have fun, though, and thanks, and have a good lurk. Also, In English, some places do call them sunshades. That also makes sense. Sunshade instead of parasol. Umbrella is still a word that doesn't really make sense. But, you know. Anyway. Umbra can also mean shade. Yeah, so it does work, right? Small shade or something. Maybe, yeah. Umbrella, like, or umbrita. That would be like in Spanish, you know, they put ita, ito. Well, whatever. Okay, anyways. Let's listen to some chippy tunes. And we'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Hey, let's listen to the old Kija one. We'll listen to Kija's theme. She did some stuff a few years ago. This is actually the return of Kija. Anyway, we'll be back in a few minutes. Sorry about bad ad timing. But anyway, have a good break. Welcome back, chat. Excuse me. Welcome back. Excuse me again. Hope you had a good break. Spells computer is computer. Oh boy. Yeah, you would like that, wouldn't you, Mr. Balls Jokes? That's pretty bad. I've never seen somebody spell it that way. I feel like most people would be self-aware enough, no? Thanks for blessing the run. But what about me? The run didn't sneeze, Tyler. Just kidding. I think... Why does this still feel so... fast? Yeah. I think this song needs to be simple. And I'm not saying that to get out of work. Although I do have plans with my family this afternoon, so we're not doing an after. That's why we're doing music now, by the way. I said it yesterday, but you know. Oh, had a medical group person do that in the past. That's even worse. That's funny. There was a massive space rocket explosion today. What? What? Like a rocket with people on it? Or like a Apollo was the little rover thing or whatever, right? I thought that said imagine saving a life. Imagine having a life. Wonder what that would be like. I'm just kidding. You know, people say get a life, but honestly, now I'm just taking one of your little throwaway chat comments and making it all philosophical. Oh, it was a test one. Okay, so there wasn't anyone in there, but it was a big boom. Hey, that sounds cool. It's cool when things explode. Explosions are cool, just not when they hurt people. Right? Big boom. Like how lightning is awesome and fun to watch, but if it hits something, then that can be bad. I mean, I guess it always hits something. But you know what I mean. If it hits something that's not a ground. The ground, even. Anyway. Oh yeah, when I say get a life, it's like, I don't know, like what is like the I mean, if you're living and breathing, obviously you're living, you're alive, you have a life, but what kind of a life is it? They saying get quality of life. But I mean, if you're just doing your thing, like, I don't know. Some existences are just pathetic, like if you're just hating on people, like those people who just go to like Twitter or YouTube or whatever just to like find things to complain about, that's not much of a life. Those people need to get a life. But if you say to get a life to somebody who's just like, I don't know, like sometimes I feel like I don't have much of a life because I don't do a lot of things, you know. I mean, I do enough things that make me happy, but I'm not big into like traveling or being sociable in general, you know, stuff like that. I play a lot of video games. I make art. I do music stuff. It's nothing crazy, right? So someone could be like, "Oh, you're playing another Zelda game? I'll go get a life." I don't know. It's one of those things. It's kind of, you know, like, would you say to somebody on a farm, "Go get a life"? All you do is grow vegetables and sell them to feed and nourish the human race and try to provide for your family. Man, get a life. You're not even, you know. Or if you like, I don't know. Now I'm just thinking about life in general. Life is weird, right? It's a weird life that we live in. We're not even like, we are so above just survival at this point. It's ridiculous. Like, when's the last time that you were actually worried about, am I gonna be alive tomorrow? Like, I don't think I've ever in my life had that thought. Okay, no, I had it one time, because one time I hit my head really hard and I was scared because I heard that you shouldn't go to sleep if you hit your head because you might not wake up. And that night when I went to bed, I was scared that I was gonna die. And then I woke up the next morning and my head still hurt, but I was fine. So that's the only time I wasn't worried about being eaten by like a lion or something, or like, is there gonna be enough berries? And, you know, are the hunters gonna have enough for my tribe? Are we gonna starve? Am I gonna get sacrificed to some, you know, made up god? Or, you know what I mean? Like, we have so, you know what I mean? It's so crazy. I don't know. It's crazy how people can still be so miserable, but I think it's because they're miserable to each other. And it's like, we should all be just so happy that we don't have to worry about anything, and then we're just making stuff to worry about and making other people worry about things, and that's not really fair. Anyway, you wanted your party hat. Ready? Hey, the white party hat. I kind of like that. Like, I know black and white party hats are kind of boring, but I like them anyway. They also look really cool in game. I mean, they're not taken from any kind of game or anything. So never mind. But if they were a thing that you would see in a game, I'm sure they would look cool. Nobody got hurt, and as a bonus, it hurt Jeff Bezos' wallet because it was his space company, Blue Origins. Oh. If I wasn't relying on that guy for my literal job, I might have said nice. But I will refrain from saying that because he's the Amazon guy and Amazon is the Twitch guy, and I'm kind of relying on that to pay my bills at the moment. So I'm gonna not say anything about that. But, I guess technically I'm helping him pay for that, huh? Just a little bit. I don't, you know, I don't really enjoy helping millionaires pay for, you know, helping them earn more millions. But if it helps me earn some hundreds or maybe even thousands and then get to pay for, you know, my mortgage and food and stuff, I have to be okay with it, you know? Amazon bought out Twitch a while ago. My son works for Amazon. It's a good company that treats the employees well. That's what I've been saying for years. Does he actually get treated well? That would be amazing. That's, how's it going, T-minus mom? Oh, this needs to be... Oh, I need to... This is what's missing here. See, that's what we needed. Boom. 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 And now we can put this on the right side. It's funny because I'm not actually sure if you're being serious or not, or if you're doing what I'm doing, where you're like, yeah, it's great. Guys, Amazon is so great. Jeff Bezos, man, he's a real stand-up fellow, you know? Definitely good to everybody. Everything he touches is made better through contact with him, you know? But I'm actually not sure what that comment meant. And I don't want to ask you to elaborate. But I have heard yeah, I've heard the same thing, Tyler. Some people who, you know, some working conditions in some places that are controlled by mass millionaires are not run very well, you know. In some cases there are some cases where the wealth does not trickle down to the little guy. And, you know, 90% of the income is for like 2% of the workers, you know. And I say worker very loosely in that sense. Oh, you went to their tech academy? Maybe it's like the higher up you get, the better they treat you. I mean, this isn't right, but I think a lot of places, like the lower you are, the lower you are, right? But if you work your way up, then you get treated better. I think that's just how it is in a lot of places. He's like Mindus. Was that his name? I think there's just so many jobs at places like Amazon, you know, and then it's like the drivers and stuff who deliver things. It's like, you know, are they treated well? Are they not? It's like, well, for the most part, they're on their own anyway, but there's certain working conditions, and I think they have to have like cameras in their vehicles and stuff. That just sounds stressful. I mean, I've definitely worked at places where I've been monitored the entire time, and it's very stressful. Very stressful. And, I mean, honestly, sometimes you're trying to get away with not, you know, you're like, well, I'm off in 20 minutes and I could do this hard work, but I'm gonna just not right now because, you know, I got one foot out the door, you know, sometimes you can slack off a little bit. I think it's a good thing to slack off a little bit sometimes. You don't want people who just don't do anything all day, every day. Like, I've worked with people like that, and it's very frustrating for everybody else, too. Never mind sticking it to the big guy or whatever, you know. Haha, joke's on you. Yeah, well, the joke's actually on all the other little guys that are having to make up for your lack of work so that the place doesn't fall apart. You're not really sticking it to anyone but the people who don't deserve it, you know. But I don't think everyone should just be working super hard all the time. You know, balance. Your Amazon package tracker said the driver spent like an hour at some country club in the middle of delivering your package. I don't know how it works for the drivers. Like, if I want, okay, is it like a freelance thing? Do you actually get hired as a driver? Can you just show up and be like, hey, can I deliver some packages? And they do like a quick background check and you just go, like, I don't know how it works. I mean, I'm assuming that you're like an employee and it's not just like a, hey, I feel like doing this today. But maybe you can kind of do it on call, like once you've been vetted by them and you're like in their fleet or whatever. Like, maybe if I'm like, oh, I want to make a little extra money today, you know, I'll go get some packages and deliver them. And maybe they just have to be delivered that day. Like, I don't know. If he goes and spends an hour at the country club, it's like, does it matter? You know, if you're waiting for your package and it's really important, like, sure. But if they say it's going to be here today, I don't know. It's so weird in this age that we're in, because like, if you order something, number one, usually it would take like weeks, if not months, to actually arrive, right? And then it's like in the mailbox, so it'd be like whenever you go get it or whatever, however your mail's delivered, right? But now it's like to your door, and there's like to the minute tracking. There's literally like a, you're the next stop, you know, and it shows, you could pretty much, you know, they might as well have like a hologram off the top of the guy's car that's like, I'm on my way to you, you know, like whatever. It's like that kind of. It's crazy. So if they say it's going to be delivered by 2 p.m. and the guy decides to go for lunch or something, and then it's like, oh, now it's arriving by 4, and you're like, you know. I'm not sure how the I don't know how it works. Do they tell you like you have to deliver these today, or they have to be delivered by such and such time, or go do these now? Do you go get like 40 packages and then do them all? Or do you just get like a few? I have no idea how it is. And if I had my license, I feel like it could be kind of fun. Imagine just being on the bus, being a delivery person, just bus. I'll just bus it, you know. I'll bus it to you. Why not? It'll get there. I need to plan my deliveries around the bus route around town. I think too many things are run through too little places. So many places were using Amazon's cloud services that when they had that outage rollback, so many websites and tools just ceased to function. Their cloud service, I don't even know about that. The warehouse had strict rules, but that was for safety. I mean, yeah, warehouses are dangerous. But, like, if you're driving and you're like, oh, I'm going to stop at a drive-thru, like, no, you have to get this delivered. You know, it's like, oh, dude, I'm hungry, you know. Can I stop for lunch? Can I stop in at home and, like, walk my dog real quick? And then, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. See Amazon vans and then people with a random car. Yeah, that's true, too. Like, the people with the vans, like, I don't know. Maybe it's like restaurants. I don't know if any restaurants actually still have delivery drivers, but, like, you know, hey, Kazumi. You know how they'll have, like, you know, the Domino's car that has the little Domino's light on top? It's so cute, dude. There's, like, the Domino's car, right? But then they might also have somebody doing, like Skip or whatever, and they just have, like, their car, right? I think that's how it works with, like, Skip the Dishes and maybe Uber and stuff. You just kind of are, like, you just kind of clock in and you're like, I'm currently available, and then you just get orders and you go fill them, and then you're like, I'm done, and you're... I don't think you have, like, scheduled shifts, right? That actually sounds kind of baller. I would love something like that. Except not driving to strangers' houses. But something like that, you know. Oh, you know, what if, hey, what about this? What if I had this, what if there was a way for me to be like, hey, I feel like playing video games and chatting with people, but just for a few hours, and then just do that, and then, you know? That would be neat, huh? Sometimes I think it would be fun to be the kind of streamer who doesn't have a schedule at all and you just kind of go live when you feel like it. But that's not very good for business, you know. So, I mean, I get heck when I'm half an hour late starting. About that though, I've been seriously considering changing my schedule instead of like 9 a.m. to be like sometime between 9 and 9:30, but I don't really have a way of reflecting that on my actual schedule on Twitch, because you have to like click on a time. You can't put like a window, you know. But I was thinking I might want to do that because I found that I've just been being a little bit late a lot more often. And a big part of it is the dog in the morning. Like, he's getting old, right? And so before, I would just get up, you know, the dog gets up with me, I walk him, first thing, he's taken care of. And then I can go, like, do my workout and shower and eat breakfast and, like, all that stuff and, you know, freak off to work or whatever, and then I'm good. And I can start streaming. But now, like, I get up, the dog's, like, not ready to get up. I don't really want to disturb him because he's old and he needs his sleep, but he doesn't always wake up right away. And when he does, like, sometimes his legs don't really work first thing in the morning, so he needs a little while. Like, it takes him a while to get going in the morning. But then he throws off the whole everything, because I'll be, like, halfway through my workout, and then he's like, I need to get up now, and then I have to go get him and take him out, and he just kind of, you know... And then sometimes I'm done all my stuff and he's still sleeping, and I'm like, but I need to walk him before I start streaming, because as soon as I start streaming, he's going to be like, take me out now, or he's going to pee on the floor, and then I have to get away from stream for like 20 minutes to like clean up or take him out, or you know what I mean? So I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I should just make it official that stream time is between 9 and 9:30. And then we just go for, you know, 3.5 to 4 hours. And then it's if it's, you know, I'll try to do 4 hours, but if it's a day where I have to do something at 1:30 or 1:15, then I'll just end at 1 anyway. I might do that, guys. I might have to do that. So just a heads up. Twitch won't punish you if you're late, will they? No, just my chat will. Just sometimes people in chat. And the only people who can do whatever they want are the big streamers. Yeah, there's a few people who like there's a couple people I follow who they'll just stream like twice a year, but every time they do, they get like everybody in, because like, oh shoot, this guy's streaming, he never streams. You have to be big enough for people to be like, oh dang, that guy, you know. If I went like half a year without streaming, well, some of you guys would be like, dang, Kemi, I missed you, and then other people would just be like, I'm over her, you know. On the other hand, though, it's only because it's a numbers thing. Like, percentage-wise, it's probably about the same, honestly. Big streamers have it better, but also worse, I think. Because, like, if I have, let's say I have, you know, 20 viewers normally, and I take a month off, and I come back and I've got half of them, well, that's 5. Money-wise, I'm not losing a lot of money, but that's still half my viewers. If I had 10,000 viewers or 20,000 viewers, and I take a month off and I come back to 10,000, and it's, you know, that's a lot of money that you're losing. So it scales, because also that person's already making like thousands of times what I'm making. So, you know, they can probably eat it, but at the you know what I mean? But if it's all depending on your lifestyle. Like I've heard that, you know, most people tend to live paycheck to paycheck. Even the rich people are living paycheck to paycheck. They're just living bigger paycheck to bigger paycheck, and they're blowing their money on more expensive things, you know? But if you're, you know, you might have heard that too. It's like everyone's just kind of doing that for the most part. The Amazon Web Services. I think I've heard of that. And for the most part, Amazon is pretty reliable. Like, I don't think I've ever seen Amazon down because they're not making money if it's down, right? So, but yeah, if you rely too much on other services, then that gets tricky. You have to deal with new appliance smell. What new appliance did you get? You could also be excited about having a new appliance. Wow. I kind of feel that though, because my dad got a new car and it still smells like a new car. I can't stand that new car smell. I think some people like it, but to me it just smells like toxic chemicals, and I'm like, bleh. It's fading, but it's still there. Amazon may have a lot of stuff. They don't always have the best price. Local art store beats their prices and has a better selection. Oh yeah, for art stuff, they're kind of all over the place. Art stuff in general is all over the place. The other thing is Amazon will change its prices on you. Like if I check something when I'm not logged in versus I am logged in, sometimes if I'm on mobile versus desktop or this browser or that browser, they'll change the prices on you. It's crazy. There was, I think there was a spot on the news about that a while ago. It's worth looking around a bit. The brands are usually unknown. That's, yeah, but you can get like your name brand stuff. Like Sharpie pens are a really good example. I really love the clicky Sharpie gel pens. I use them like all the time in my regular writing. And the dollar store has them. And it's like 2 for $4 or something. But then on Amazon you can get a box of like 12. I think it's usually stuff that you can buy in bulk. It's not how much you make, it's how much you keep. Yeah, that makes sense. I think a lot of big streamers too, like they'll be like, yeah, I'm good, I don't need to stream, I got all my money, and then they'll stop streaming and then they spend it all and they're like, oh, I need money, and then they'll start streaming again. Some people do that. Some of the big streamers, they'll just stream when they need money. Must be nice. I mean, in general, like to not need money, you know? Even if I was like set for money, I definitely wouldn't have a schedule. If I didn't need to stream to make money, I would still stream because it's a lot of fun and I like hanging out with you guys and meeting you guys and learning things, and I feel more connected to the world. Like I would probably try to spend more time going out and about, you know, in real life as well. But I wouldn't stick to a schedule. I would just probably shoot for like however many streams a week, just whenever I'm feeling it, you know? It would probably be pretty similar actually to what I do now, but maybe shorter streams, maybe later in the day. I don't know. I'll have to see. It was a hot plate. Your old one blew up. Oh, that's scary. I thought the definition for paycheck to paycheck was if you miss a paycheck, you literally can't afford your bills for things required to live. Ain't no way rich people experience that unless they got some kind of gambling addiction. Is that what paycheck to paycheck is? I thought it was like, oh, I guess so. Well, what's the one where if you miss 2 paychecks, you're screwed? I think people just use their credit cards for that. Or they have a lot of credit card debt, maybe? I don't know what most people do with credit cards. I never have credit card debt. It seems like a really, really slippery slope. So I just don't do that. If I can't afford something, if I don't have the money in the bank, I don't, like, I'll buy something with a credit card and then I pay it off. If I can't pay it off, I don't buy it, because if I don't have the money, I can't, that's how my brain works. If I can't afford it, I don't buy it. Unless it's like, oh crap, our furnace broke down and it's December. But then you do what you gotta do, you know? And hopefully you have savings for that. But sometimes you're a little bit thin, stretched thin. Heat does make everything harder to do. In the US, it's been stated if Amazon doesn't like a competitor, they'll cut costs by a large amount for a similar product at a deep loss because their other services will cover them. Then when the competition bankrupts, they'll raise the item and make profits again. Can't validate this right now, so take that with a grain of salt. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. And I mean, it's not always, like, it sucks because, like, yeah, you want to save money, but it's not always about saving money. And sometimes things on Amazon are, like, $1 cheaper, and it's like, I'll just buy it locally if I can. But for things that I can't find locally, or things that have been, like, imported or whatever, you know, like some of my Japanese pens are really hard to get here, so I'll order them online. You know, and sometimes if you get it from like a specific like online pen retailer, then you're paying through the nose and it's coming from like Europe, so there's tons of shipping and handling and all this stuff, and then it's just a headache, you know. So in some cases it helps a lot. Still try to shop locally when I can though. Plus it's fun because I get to go somewhere and like I get to I'm a weird person because like I don't really like interacting with people, but I do like seeing people. I'd rather go out and get to see people than like sit at home and order something on a screen. But also going out and seeing people usually means going out in really hot or really cold and taking the bus, and it's like it's a thing. It's not just popping over to whatever. It's like it's going to take at least an hour just to get to and from wherever I'm going, you know. So it's a bit of a trip, but sometimes, you know. You guys don't have credit cards? It's probably not a bad idea. I probably wouldn't either if it wasn't for the fact that you can, like, earn points and stuff. I've got one of those, like, grocery ones. So. Go into debt when you're old because eventually you can't pay it back. Yeah, they can't make you. You know, just make sure you take a lot of debt with you when you go. Imagine you're, like... you're in your 80s or something, or you're sick or whatever, and the doctor's like, well, you've got 3 months to live, and you're like, all right, we're gonna go out with a bang, and you just like buy a mansion, a Lambo, whatever you want. And you're like, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to pay for this, but I got 3 months anyway, you know. The downside though is if you have family, they can come after them to pay for your shenanigans, so that's a good thing to keep in mind. Credit cards are absolutely a trap. The reason that I can get free groceries and, you know, use a credit card is because other people do not know how to use credit cards correctly. If everybody, okay, put it this way, if everybody knew how to use credit cards properly, the credit card companies would be out of business. But it's because of people who are like, I want this. I don't have money, but it's okay. I have a credit card. I'm just going to charge it. I'll just charge it. And then they can't pay it, and then they're paying interest on it, and they end up paying, like, way more than the thing was actually worth. Yeah, don't do that. But if you can be responsible, you know. Hey there, Falcon. Yeah, music stream. I probably have to do more of that, actually. Treat credit cards like you have the money. Just treat them like, you know, debit cards or whatever. I've never actually bought anything with a debit card. What happens if you try to, like, let's say you have $100 in your account and you try to spend, like, 105. Then you get overdraft, right? Then does it become a credit card? Your bank goes into negatives? What happens if your bank account goes into negatives? Do they start charging you interest? This is a music stream? Oh, shut up. Yeah, it is. We got this much music. Okay, I gotta get to work. I gotta get to work a little bit. So here we'll put left side. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to tell you to shut up. I mean, I did, but you know. In a jokey, cute way, not a mean way. Okay, so we'll do this. And then I want to have like a simple bass. I decided we're gonna put this in G major because G major is very magnificent and fantastical and serious. And this is serious. We want to marry a princess, Dagnabbit, and we're going on a quest to craft the perfect crown for her. Partly because her dad's making us, and partly because she's a heckin' princess of the elves, dude. We gotta impress her. Gotta impress her. My feelings, how could you? Set the background to a coffee cafe. Have like a VTuber model of yourself holding a cup of coffee. Make this a yap stream. I could put a cup of coffee somewhere. That'd be interesting. What if I gave Eel a cup of coffee? Hey, I could. I could give him like a little treat. Hey, what if we did that? That would be cute. But just for music streams because we got all that space on the right. What if we did that? Nano might have actually had a really good idea for once. I'm kidding. That could be a good idea though. We could actually, I'm gonna write that down. Cozy treat for Eel. Okay, real quick. Do I still have this? Oh, do you see the loading thing? That's gonna be a jar in a sec. Remember I used to have the tip jar? Sometimes I still want to, like, I like the idea of the tip jar, but it mostly just did this. Like, it didn't work all the time, and sometimes I went flying across the screen, and I don't know. Having a tip jar is kind of cool. And it does feel like a cafe that way. Anyway, that little spinny thing that's trying to be a tip jar. Right there. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Switch 2 fund. Whoa, look at all the stuff that fell in there. I wonder if I should put the tip jar back. Hey, let me know if you guys want the tip jar back. I think it's cute and fun. It wouldn't be a Switch 2 fun because obviously we have the Switch 2 now. But anyway, something like that, right? But never mind that. Aside from the tip jar, though. What if we had little treats for Eel, but just during music stream? Because it would probably be too much on screen during a game. But what if I had, imagine if instead of that Switch 2 fun thing, right? If it was like a little cup of coffee, or maybe like a piece of pie or cake or something. That could be cute, or a cabbage on a little plate. Cup of coffee. Or hot chocolate. I can make two different ones. They look different. A cookie, cake, pie, cabbage. I don't know. If you guys have ideas for treats, I think that could be cute. Would you like that? That would be cute. He wouldn't be able to, like, eat it. It would just sit there, taunting him. But I think that would be really cute. And then it could be, like... Would it be, like, the dress-up, though? I was gonna say it could be, like, dress-up. But then we have more things to put in the rewards, and that's already so full. Although I could have just one called, you know, Eel Treat, and then you could change it. But then it would also have to only be during music. Maybe it would just be something where if you, like, sub or tip or cheer, I'll just change it to something for you. Maybe it would be something like that. Anyway, I'm gonna get rid of that now because it's confusing because we're not saving up for a Switch 2 because we have one now. Because I got one for Christmas from my wonderful husband. So. Anyway. G major Doge dance. I do love G major. Your bank account showed negative money, but since you didn't go too far under, you're not charged an overdraft fee. We still had to move savings over to pay it off. Thanks, car insurance, for double charging me that one time. Oh, boy. See, you could have come after them. Well, they didn't charge you the overdraft fee. Oh, yeah, there's NSF is what they call it, right? Non-sufficient funds. Yeah. I think that... No, that's different. That's when you try to take an automated payment and there's not enough. Automated payments scare the crap out of me. Because, yeah, what if, you know... Christmas and winter can be hot chocolate with marshmallows and cream. Yeah. Oh, like the whipped cream, little sprinkles and stuff. That could be really cozy. Yeah. With whipped cream. And chocolate shavings. So if we do like a treat for Eel, how are we gonna do this? You guys can help me figure that out while I also try to figure out this song, okay? How would it work? Would it be something, would it be seasonal? Like he could have a pumpkin spice latte with like a pumpkin face on it for like Halloween time and fall. He could have a lemonade in the summer or sweet tea. Regular show reference with coffee coffee. What's coffee coffee? I've never seen the regular show. There's a blue jay in it though. Blue jays are cool. Don't give him a taste for potatoes or he might eat you. Oh, potatoes are good though. You better stay away from me. Overdraft means you ran out of money and the bank had to cover your purchase, so most will punish you by charging you fees for doing it. That does make sense. What are you gonna take if they don't got the money? Yeah, that's the other thing, right? I feel like... I think I've seen something like overdraft insurance or something on... Banks charge fees for all kinds of stuff, and I think that's kind of a scam. Dude, you're taking my money. I'm lending you my money, and you're investing it and making bajillions. If I try to charge something that costs $6 and I got $5, can you, like, just not, you know? I feel like they should let everybody do that once in a while, but if you do it a lot, then they can come after you. Just give you a warning. Be like, we covered it this time, because we're cool. You know? Just this once. Give you, like, a limit for the year or something. But I guess people would just abuse that. Make sure you get your overdraft protection or your overdraft allowance or something. But maybe... Or they could take it... Or I think there's something where they take it out of one of your other accounts, right? You can set it like a backup account or something like that. I don't know. I don't like automated stuff, though. And I don't know. I think the reason I never bought anything with my debit card is because they charge you. There's, like, weird rules here. Like, if you... Like, you're not allowed to move money out of a savings account because it's supposed to be there for savings, right? So you can only use your checking account to, like, pay bills or send money to people or whatever. But it can't leave, like, your account. Your, like, your account with all your accounts in it, right? So... But you want to keep your money in the savings account because checkings accounts don't have... They got crap for interest, right? So I just, like, move things. I move money from my savings to my checking when I gotta pay for stuff. And I just leave it in savings most of the time. There was a thing last year where people could withdraw as much money as possible from Chase Bank thinking they got infinite free money, but they ended up owing the bank a lot of money. What do you mean they could withdraw as much money as possible? Is there a rule that you can only withdraw so much money per day, I think, right? Did people really think that they just meant you can just take money that's not yours? Never used a bank, use a credit union? Actually, yeah, if we're being technical, I use a credit union too. They're also way more flexible, because, like, when you use a bank, you have to use, like, their bank machines, and if you have, like, one of that bank in town and it's kaput, then you're done. You can't, you know? Then you gotta go see a teller, and then you get that human interaction. Ugh, the dreaded human interaction. Oh, man, humans hate those things. Hate interacting with those. But the credit unions, you can go to this one or that one or whatever one, and then somehow they just figure it out. So that's also nice. But yeah, my family had a bad experience with the last bank we were with, and then we were like, screw it, let's try this credit union thing. There's a weird coffee bean man. What's a coffee bean in underwear? What? This weird coffee bean man, what's a coffee bean in underwear? And then, oh, that's a Britishism. Okay, right. Coffee bean man, who is a coffee bean in underwear. Okay, that took me a sec. All he says is coffee, coffee, like a Pokemon. In the main episode, he has jet blasted coffee from his nipples into the, oh, weird. So in my head, I'm like the Kool-Aid man, but no, that's not like the, what? I hope the Kool-Aid man never does that. That would be not very... Is that not some kind of harassment? Anyway. Your savings account will incur a charge if you move money out of it more than 3 times a month. See, why do they do that? It's your money. You should be able to do what you want. Okay, let's stop talking about banks. We're gonna... How are we gonna do the eel treats? How are we gonna do the eel treats? Oh, the ATM thing! I heard about that, actually. I heard about that. Yeah, wasn't there this guy that ended up stealing, like, a ton of money? Because he, like, withdrew the money, but the number in his account didn't go down, so then he went and did it again, and then again, and it was, like, as long as it was, like, $200 or something, it was fine, or whatever, so he did it a bunch. Wait, that wasn't last year, was it? I think I saw a, what's his face? The guy on YouTube with 3 names. What the heck was... Anyway, whatever. The guy that writes stories about stuff. I can't believe I just blanked on his name. Anyway. There's more than one guy. Well, they probably found out from that guy. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, it's really slow. Dun 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 dun. Doom 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 doom. And then we'll make this a bit nicer sounding. That's too long. Ray William Johnson, thank you. I'm like, there's a Will in there somewhere. I'm like, Will Raymond Stevenson. I couldn't. Yeah, Ray William Johnson made a video about someone who did that. I feel like it was a long time ago though, so maybe it wasn't the same thing, but maybe it was like a similar situation. Ray William Johnson. I think I want this like longer a bit. Yeah, that works. I wanted to take like a leitmotif from somewhere. Let's see. This was the wintry area. This is also G major. But it's like A Dorian or whatever. We could just do A, B, A, G. Or something like that. Could do something like that. Or we could do, There's also the... Okay, there's also the princess. This was her theme. Dun 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 dun. Or wait. Yeah, I'm gonna take that. We're gonna... We'll make it a new instrument that's not a snare drum. That might help. Actually, making this song a lot slower actually kind of automatically transforms it a bit, you know? I don't want you to think I'm ignoring you, Tyler, but I'm also not going to read that whole thing right now. But yeah, it's good to have... I mean, you guys know this, right? I feel like everybody knows it, but not everyone does it. But it is good to have money saved up, just in case. I just want to see how these sound. Dun 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 dun. So we want this to be G major, so maybe if I... Yeah, that's better, and then... Look at that, we're being sneaky, chat. If we put on... Wait a second. That should have a C sharp. Oh. No. We're gonna put it here. I like this. Do 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 do. I don't know if I want to go up or not. Yeah, that could be something. And then here we can change this to just be whatever note this is. So we have G, C, D, G. G, C, D, G. So G, and then C is the fourth. And then... yeah. I don't know about that. I want there to be 3 here, but maybe not. Okay. Alright, we'll save. We gotta take a break. It's break time, chat. It's past break time, but you know. Aww. Hey there, Tsukasa. Wow, when did you get here? Holy smokes, you guys just been going nuts. Talking about banks. I was like, let's not talk about banks. Chat proceeds to talk about banks for 10 more minutes. It's okay. You guys can talk about banks. I'm not gonna partake. I'll work on the music. You guys talk about banks, and we'll get a lot done together. Anyway, hope you're doing well, Tsukasa. I hope you're all doing well today. I hope you're having a great Friday, weekend eve, whatever you're calling it. I hope you're having a good one. Anyway, we will listen to some more music. We can listen to more Kija music from before. If you want it, hey, I've got my command working now. Okay, look at this. If you want to, yeah, you came in just in time for break. Tsukasa, I started late today, so we're like half an hour off. Normally, you'd still have like 40 minutes before break, but actually, normally it'd be 40 minutes before done, but we got extra time. I started late, so I'm going late too, so that works. We'll be here for a bit still. We got our music to do. But anyway, if you guys want to get caught up, oh, did I put, oh, I clicked the wrong one. I've got 2 Patreon buttons, sorry. But that's where you can pledge if you want. Yeah, you want to give me $1 a month, right? Don't you? Oh, come on. It'll be great. Anyway, if you want to catch up on the lore, that's the story that we're currently working on. If you go, it's the most recent one is first. So if you go back to January, that's where this year's story starts. They're short. It's like a couple sentences per song. It's really short. You can do it. Anyway, but we'll be back in a few minutes. You guys have a good little break. Yo, welcome back, chat. Welcome back. All right. Have a good break. You still talking about money? All right. I wonder if we should have like a. Yeah, why not? A little. All right. Turbo work time. We'll do this one. Yeah, that'll work. Oh wait, we don't have a, we don't, no, we don't want that. Okay. The Stream Deck price increase? I saw that there was an increase. How much is it? Some people were really mad, so it seems like it was maybe a lot. I don't know how much it was to begin with. Was it like Switch price or cheaper? I think it was cheaper than the Switch, right? Maybe not. Let's do... Alright. Oh yeah, then we want to hop. Okay, we'll put these as 10. Oh, that's already one. We'll put these as 20. $240 to $300 USD. Dang, what was it? How much was it before? Was it like 4? I feel like it was like 5 something. Like that's like, I mean, 200 to 300 on like a, you know, $800 thing compared to like a thing that's only like, say 300 to start with. You know what I mean? Is it doubling in price? Is it like a whatever? Hey, yo, what the heck?
Here is a little thank you for always cheering me up when I'm feeling down.
No, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the $50, man. That's a lot. I'm glad I'm able to cheer you up. You know, I mean, I'm on the other side of the world. There's only so much I can do, but I'm happy that I can do something. I'm glad it helps. Even if it's just a bit, I'm glad it helps. It always catches me by surprise when you do that. For some reason, well, I guess because it's not a Twitch thing. It doesn't show up in the Twitch activity feed, so I'm like, what? What's happening? And we're actually on a music stream where you can see your message scroll on the bottom. I got rid of that for games because it was just like too much on screen. But on the music one, it can go there, you know? See, this is where I could put a little cake or something in front of Eel. And the idea is that you can share it with him, you know? Pretend there's a little cake there. I'm not going to put the tip jar back because that would be weird, but you know. I really appreciate that. Even when I'm not streaming, you're watching the VODs? Aw. Are you watching VODs for streams that you already saw? You're just rewatching them? Or like parts that you missed? That would... I guess, you know, whatever. If it makes you happy, I'm happy to, you know, happy to be of service. Valve asked the fans if they knew anyone with RAM to sell when they announced the console and VR set. You gotta be kidding. Polygon quote, on the lower end, the 512 GB OLED Steam Deck is going from $549 to $789. The one with a terabyte of storage. That's huge capacity. Wait, yeah, that's, wait. I mean, for a handheld, that's pretty huge, right? I'm trying to think what the biggest Switch memory card was. Was it 500 gigs? Or was it actually, it wasn't a terabyte, right? Anyway, my brain's not on numbers right now. But that, so yeah, it's like a 30% increase pretty much. That's a lot. And I guess it is pretty, it's a little, it was anyway, a little bit cheaper than the Switch, I guess. Because the Switch 2 here was like 900-ish. So 500 or 600 US would still be under that, I think, but not too much. That's crazy though. And then the 256 gigabyte one, which has been out of stock for months due to RAM shortages, is no longer listed as available. Is the RAM different for it? Do they not have the same... Oh no, that's the... Wait. Hang on. I'm having a moment. The 512, the what? That's storage, right? Don't they all use the same RAM? Like, because RAM is the working part, not the storing part. You would think they'd all be the same. You want 50 doll hair? Go buy a Barbie. You'll get even more than that. Hey there, Kotai. Good to see you. You're just... Wait. Nice second. Yeah, you just got here. I was like, wait, were you here before and I didn't notice? That happens sometimes. People are like chatting for a bit. I'm like talking to them and I'm like, wait a second. When did you get here? Like, didn't even notice. Especially on Fridays, dude. Fridays, my brain is like, you know, I don't know if like there's some little hamsters in my head that are like, what? Friday? Oh, it's the weekend. And they just check out early. Like, I don't know. Some of my little brain hamsters. People were hoping the Steam machine was going to be priced similar to the Steam Deck, but hopes have been severely dashed. Oh, wait. Yeah, the Steam machine. I forgot about that. They're actually calling it the Steam machine. That's cool. That's in development, right? That's not out. That was the console they were supposed to make. The one that's not, like, you're supposed to put it on a TV. It's not, like, a handheld thing. That's a huge increase, though. So, any AI fans in chat, this is all your fault. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I was having a discussion with my family about AI the other day. We were talking about it, the effects on the environment and stuff. It's not even just that, dude. The price of RAM and everything. Oh my gosh. I feel really bad for people who live in places where they're putting all these data centers and all their utilities are going up like mad, which is so unfair. They should be taxing the crap out of anything AI related. If you want to build a data center, sure. You know, you should be footing the bill for everybody's electricity in the neighborhood. Never mind their bills skyrocketing. They should get free power because of you. You should have to pay for it. If you're doing all this crap, you should be paying for all their everything. all their utilities that you're ruining, you should be paying for that. No, think twice before you build your heckin' data centers. Your food smells got rid of the appliance smell, which is good. I'm glad. I'm trying to think of a new appliance smell, but I can't remember the last time I actually got a new or air fryer. Yeah, but that only smelled new for like an hour, and then I cooked like chicken nuggets in it, and then it smelled like chicken nuggets and burning, because air fryers take a bit of getting used to, as it turns out. You rewatch the entire streams? Oh. I don't know what to say. That's cool. I don't know. It sounds like it'd be boring. Like, I feel like I'm not that entertaining. Like, once you watch it once, you know. That's what clips are for the interesting parts. But I feel like overall it's mostly probably not that interesting. But I'm glad that you get some use out of it. Valve's still going with the original release of next year, but they said it might be a slow release. At base, the 512 OG price was still more than Switch 2 post-increase. Oh, shoot, really? Oh, yeah, I guess I should be comparing apples to apples instead of American to Canadian. China banned AI from replacing jobs for no reason, apparently. You mean the ban wasn't for no reason. They're replacing jobs for no reason, right? Well, you can read that in a couple different ways. That's good. More places should do that. Like, AI can be helpful. Man, we're touching on all the topics today. Man, you guys want to start talking about politics too? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. AI is such a... Oh, man, it's such a big thing right now, though. Like, there are good uses for it, though. Like, it could be a good thing, but it's just not... I think it just hit too fast. It's, like, too much, too fast. You know? Too soon. Rural people around the data centers have had water supplies so badly affected they have to ship water to their homes for drinking and cleaning. That should be illegal. Like, forcing people... Come on, man. Like... Yeah, they stopped it from replacing a job for no reason. That's good. You could still read that either way, right? for no reason. They stopped companies from replacing a job. Nice second, Kotai. Nice second. Second is a little broken right now, but we're kind of just rolling with it because it's funny. What's new in Jesus? I don't know, Blast. What is new? I'm making a tune. I'm making a new tune, and it's like a march. I feel like we should have a symbol in here. That's why I duped this. I'm just gonna put it here, and we'll see how that sounds. A toot? A toot. Tune. I'm already humming along and I don't even know how it goes because I just wrote it. Oh, this needs to be longer. Hold that thought. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. We'll do another one that's gonna be either this or that. So it'll be left to right or right to left, and it'll be different every time it plays. Except the first time it'll be left to right. I could put panning on the other thing too. I guess here we just hop back to the left, middle, right, middle, left, middle. Yeah, and then right, middle, left, middle. Maybe we should, oh, maybe instead of that we should just... Hang on. That's actually going way faster than I wanted. Yeah, okay. Wait, how do you... Oh, A20. I was like, how do I do this again? That's what we want. That's what we want. I could put it back to... Yeah. Yeah, okay, that works. Stories are starting to come out. And AI use is starting to cost these companies more than just hiring people would. Good. The Pope also condemned it, so anyone that takes that as an authority may listen to. Nice. Sincerely hope we're seeing the bubble start to burst. I hope so too. Everyone's talking about the bubble bursting, and I think it is just, it's the world being a little bit ADHD, you know? Not to talk lightly about ADHD, but it's like the whole world is like, ooh, look, new shiny thing, this is great. And then just, not the whole world, but you know what I mean? Like the world as a overall, oh, wow, cool, interesting, neat, AI, yeah, this is best thing since sliced bread. And then after a little bit, people will be like, actually sliced bread was pretty cool. Let's go back to that, you know? You're gonna make chili cheese nuggets? Ooh. Hey, that's pretty good, you know? That sounds like a pretty good thing. I came across a picture the other day of something I made. Like, I don't know. I'm not like, you know, I used to make fun of like food bloggers. I always thought that was kind of funny. I mean, it makes sense. Like especially if you're traveling and you're like, oh, what restaurant should we go to? And you look at like a food blogger to see like, oh, this place, that looks good. I want to eat that or whatever, right? But it's always funny. If you're not a food blogger, people still like to just take pictures of their food and post it or whatever. I like to sometimes send my parents pictures of food that I make because I'm like, look, a new recipe I found out. You guys should try it. Or like, look, I'm actually cooking and not just eating sandwiches. Aren't you proud of me? You know, especially when I first moved out, my mom seemed to, I don't know, she was like under the impression that I just like never cooked or something or had proper meals. Like, oh, because she'd be like, oh, look, here's something that you can make that isn't just, you know, throwing chicken strips in the oven or whatever, you know? Like, here's an actual thing you can make. And I'm like, look, I made an actual thing. So I have, like, pictures of food in my phone and whatever. And I came across this older one from Domino's we got. I don't know if you guys have had it. I can't remember what it's called. If it's, like, chicken bites or something. Essentially, it's just, like, chicken nuggets with barbecue sauce and cheese. And they're delicious. Holy crap. They gotta be so bad for you, though. Oh, my God. But they're so good. And then I was like, I could make this. This is just chicken nuggets with, like, you know, barbecue sauce and cheese. So I did. So I had, like, a bunch of chicken nuggets that were already cooked. And I just, like, put them in, like, a square. Mush them beside each other in a square. And then I poured barbecue sauce, like spread that over them, and then I sprinkled shredded cheese on top. And then I put that in the oven to heat it up, and I put it under the broiler, and the cheese got all golden brown and melted down. Oh, it was so good. Anyway, that's what I'm kind of thinking of when you say chili cheese nuggets. I don't know if they're like that at all, but maybe, I don't know. Chicken nuggets are one of those weird things. It's like, yeah, it's convenience food, and it's not technically fancy, but I think it's pretty darn good. Like, chicken nuggets are good. You don't have to be fancy to be good, right? But you can do things to make them fancy. I used to make really lazy chicken pie by just having chicken nuggets and peas. I would, like, break up the chicken nuggets a bit and, like, put them in a bowl with peas and then just pour gravy over the whole thing. It was really good. And, like, it's breaded chicken with peas and gravy. It's basically chicken pie. You could throw some potatoes in there if you have. Or fries, that would work too. Like the soft kind of fries when they're not super crunchy and amazing to eat by themselves. Like the fries that are like, you know, they're okay. You could add all kinds of stuff, but, you know, at a certain point you might as well just make a proper pie. But anyway, definitely recommend. I feel like if I had stayed in like a dorm or something, I would have been like the master of college recipes. Delicious chicken and zucchini and white rice with garlic. Nice. I've been kind of obsessed with zucchini lately. And bean sprouts. The local store has bean sprouts that people just don't buy bean sprouts, I guess. So they keep clearing them out super cheap. So I bought like 4 pounds. 4 pounds? 4 bags. I bought like 4 bags of bean sprouts the other day. I don't know how many pounds it was. But, man, sometimes I just fry them up with garlic, and that's pretty good. Sometimes I fry them up with eggs, and that's all right. But they go really good with chicken. You know what? Actually, I know you didn't say bean sprouts, but you said zucchini. And I've been eating a lot of zucchini and bean sprouts, and I'm talking about bean sprouts. But I made zucchini bean sprout tacos the other day. That was really good, actually. Or burritos, or some kind of taco. You know, we've had this conversation before, too. All the myriad types of taco adjacent things. But I made the ground beef with like onion and spice and whatever, right? And then I put a bunch of zucchini and bean sprouts in there to like fluff it up. And then it was really good. It was really good. Put that in a tortilla with some cheese and some sauce, and that was really good. That's actually my favorite tacos I think that we've made. What did you do with your chicken and zucchini and white rice with garlic? What did you do? Because to me, we have all those things. Well, I know zucchini's gone now. Darn it. But we get the minute rice because I don't know. Rice takes a long time. If you decide you want, like if I decide I want rice, I'm like, man, I want some rice. It's not, oh, I want rice in half an hour. It's like, I want rice. So then we have like the minute rice, you know? It takes like 5 minutes. You still gotta wait 5 minutes for your rice, but you know. Could be worse. What'd you do with the zucchini, though? I'm interested in zucchini stuff because I don't know. I discovered it. It reminds me a lot of avocado. I was wondering if you could make, like, guacamole out of it. I was curious. But it's got, like, the same kind of consistency. It's, like, kind of mushy veggie, right? So I was like, But it's not as fatty, so it doesn't get as... I don't know. If you did make guacamole with it, it probably wouldn't be as, like, creamy, you know? Anyway... I like to use zucchinis as noodles. I made some really good zucchini chow mein. Bean sprouts are also great for chow mein, by the way. I've got so many, like, noodle supplementations. Substitutes, that's the word. Hey, Ren. Nice second. Enjoy the almost free hug. Hey, guys, I got a question for you. When you do substitutes, right? If you're making, like, I don't know, you're making something and it calls for, I don't know, egg and you put applesauce instead, is that a thing people substitute? I don't know. If the recipe, if you're making a cake and it's like put an egg and you're like, I'm gonna put applesauce instead, are you substituting applesauce for egg, or are you substituting egg with applesauce? I never know the lingo. I'm like, are you subbing something in or subbing something out? I'm like, I'm gonna do a substitution in which consists of using applesauce instead of egg. But I never know when they're like, oh, this is a great substitute for that. I'm like, so you use that instead of the other thing is what you're saying, right? Zucchini is a great noodle substitute. Right, so you use zucchini instead of noodles. If you say you're making chow mein, but you can substitute zucchini for noodles, I think that means you use zucchini instead of noodles and not noodles instead of zucchini. I don't know. I always found that confusing when they say substitute something for something. I'm like, which way does it go? You're kind of glad you had a random nosebleed like a week ago? Now I have a medical ice pack which holds the coldness for hours. Hey, that's pretty cool. Not the nosebleed part, but the ice pack. Dang. That is pretty cool. We have 2 ice packs, so we just use one until it's not cold anymore and then swap it. And then by the time that one's not cold anymore, the other one is hopefully cold again. Cut up the zucchini and chicken to similarly sized pieces. Coat them in vegetable oil and Kinder's buttery poultry blend. I don't know what that is, but that sounds good. It's got the words buttery and poultry in it. And blend, so you know it's... Blend is usually pretty solid. Pan cooked on a medium heat till the chicken was cooked through. The rice was cooked in an Instant Pot, just a little oil to prevent sticking in the pot, and minced garlic. But not enough minced garlic. Got it. That sounds really good. So you just like... Yeah, so you just kind of stir-fried it and then threw it on rice. I'm just curious, because, like, those are things... Though that's, like, a meal that I would make. You know, you make a lot of fancy stuff and a lot of fancy baking. Are you still baking a lot? You're always talking about, like, fancy food and stuff. And I'm like, dang, Tyler's, like, a fancy chef. And when you said chicken and zucchini, I'm like, wait, I do chicken and zucchini? That's kind of like what I did. Except, usually when we have chicken, it's either canned chicken or leftover Costco rotisserie chicken. So, the rotisserie chicken, you just warm up. You don't have to cook it, which is great. So I'll throw like zucchini and bean sprouts. Sometimes I cut up the bean sprouts because they're very stringy otherwise. So I'll like cut them so they're like rice sized. And then have that and then zucchini chunks. And then, yeah, fry it and then throw the chicken in with like whatever sauce. Or, if you're using zucchini instead of noodles, you just cut it into like long, you know, noodle shaped strips. Like Juliet zucchini. I don't know if Juliet is just a term for carrots, but, you know, what that is except zucchini. The hot plate has boil or off. I've never used a hot plate before. But it's pretty much what it says. It's just a plate that you plug in pretty much. Like, it's like a microwave, but without the outside part. Without the box, right? That sort of thing. I don't think it spins because without the box, there's no point. It's just a thing. It's just like a stove that's not a stove, right? It's just like a one element thing you just put stuff on. Are they meant for liquid? Is that why it's boiled? That seems like a weird setting. Seems like it should just be on or off at that point. Salt, cane sugar, garlic, spices. Oh yeah, I love the spices. Maltodextrin, dextrose, onion, lemon juice, chili pepper, lemon peel, sunflower oil, turmeric for color, natural flavor, butter, buttermilk powder, butter flavor. Wow. Butter and buttermilk, but also some buttermilk or some butter flavor, just for good measure. That's funny, butter flavor. That sounds pretty good though. I hate it when they just put spices because I'm pretty sure there are some spices that hurt my stomach, but I never know what they are because if I eat something, I'm like, well, that had spices in it. I guess I am allergic to spices. Some spice or other. It's got 5 different heat settings. I think it's just for show. Yeah, we got 5 heat settings. Heat. Slightly more heat. Ever so slightly warmer than that. Tiny bit hotter than that. And then about 1 degree hotter than the first setting. I know they do that, but it's like, I don't know. I mean, with allergens, they are required to list what they are. Like, I guess onion, for example, or chili pepper. Like, people who are allergic to stuff like that. Is there just nobody in the world who's allergic to just spices? Or, you know, because I think I am, you know, allergic to some spices. Or not allergic, but, you know, I don't know. It's weird. So it's interesting, though. And I mean, it makes sense. You don't want to just, like, they don't want you ripping them off. If you're good at, like, reverse engineering, you can usually figure out what the spices are. But, I mean, they wrote all the important ones, like garlic and stuff. I feel like, I mean, I think there's some situations where they just have to say, like, I don't know, they could say what they are and just not how much. It's the balance of them, you know? But if spices is on the list before, say, onion, does that mean that means there's more onion, or there's more spices than there is onion? But is there more of all the spices combined than onion, or is there more of each of those spices than onion? And if it's only 2 spices, then they'd be very strong. If it's like 8 spices, then maybe it's just like a pinch of all these things. You know? What does it mean? Oh, I like that. I feel like we need a B section, but I'm not really sure to put. What if we did something where it's like... I'm not sure what's autistic about that. I think that's, discipline and whatever they call it. That discipline thing that I don't know nothing about. I don't know nothing. Wouldn't call yourself fancy in the slightest. It's easy and tastes good. Yeah. For me, it's gotta be easy, ideally cheap, and taste pretty good. And healthy. I want it to be healthy. I make stuff that does, like, that could taste better if I made it less healthy, you know? Usually if you add a lot of butter and sugar, it makes stuff delicious. But I don't want to eat all that butter and sugar. But I'll just put a little bit. My trick is just to put gravy on everything. You know? You got chicken nuggets, and what do you have with chicken nuggets? I guess you could make fries or something if you want. But like sometimes you just eat chicken nuggets, right? Or chicken nuggets on bread. You can make like a chicken nugget sandwich. You ever done that? But if you have chicken nuggets, you can like dip them in sauce or something. All right, that's cool. If you make chicken nuggets and you open it like some kind of vegetable, green beans, peas, carrots, whatever, you make some gravy, maybe have a potato in there. Boom! Now you're really cooking. Now it's a meal. Now it's like, why'd you bother making chicken nuggets? You could have made something better, but you know, something more meal. Make an actual chicken thing, whatever. But even just peas and gravy, you don't even have to like heat up the peas. Do you guys heat up like canned veggies? My family always heated up canned peas, for example, and Freak's family never did. And then so when I started cooking with Freak, when we moved in together, he would just open a can of peas and be like, there, that takes care of that. And I'm like, aren't you gonna put it in a pot, heat it up, like rinse it, drain it, any he's like, nope, this is good. And then when I thought about it, I'm like, peas in particular do not hold heat at all because they're itty bitty. So it's kind of like, what's even the point, you know? If they're canned, they're not cold. They're just like room temperature. They're fine. If you put like warm gravy or you eat them with something warm, they're gonna warm up anyway. If you heat them up, they're gonna be cold by the time they hit the table. So I kind of subscribe to that. And I'm like, it's less effort, and it also doesn't really make that big a difference anyway. I'll still like rinse them because I feel like you should rinse stuff, but anyway. You made peanut butter bars? Oh god, that sounds so good. I want to make peanut butter stuff. Peanut butter is very expensive, so I try not to use it too much, but it doesn't stop me from sneaking a little spoonful every now and again. Although I have been making peanut butter chocolate chip ice cream like 3 times a week. Oh, so good. The other day I just had popcorn and ice cream for dinner. Oh, it was so good. Guys, a cup of cottage cheese, a tablespoon of peanut butter, something to sweeten it with. I put maple syrup because obviously, right? You can use honey or sugar or whatever you want, something sweet. And then just throw it in a blender. Boom. Delicious. If you want it to be cold and you want to eat it now, you can add some ice. Or if you just want more of it, that's what I do because I don't want to have a ton of cottage cheese or peanut butter. I'll just throw a bunch of ice and it waters it down a little bit, but it's good and it's fluffy and it lasts a long time. And then I'll have some now and some later. But if you don't use ice and you just like put it in the freezer, it'll get like creamy. It doesn't get super like icy, you know? It'll get a little bit icy. So good though. Just a cup of cottage cheese, tablespoon of peanut butter, and a sweetener, and that's all you need. And I've been throwing in some chocolate chips too. Oh, so good. I'm gonna be eating that all summer and all winter. It's just so freaking good. You add garlic to stuff? Yep, everything here. Garlic. And maybe a bit of salt if it needs it. Mainly to bring out the garlic, of course. Sometimes pepper, sometimes onion, but always garlic. All my stuff has pretty much garlic or salt or both. You got 3 different homemade sweets in a huge amount. Oh my god. Butter walnut cookies. Portuguese spice cookies. Sweet bread. Oh, I want the butter walnut cookies. That sounds the best. Although I've never had the other 2. Actually, I don't think I've had any of those. I've probably had a butter walnut cookie, but I know butter and walnut very well. I'm not sure what Portuguese spice cookies are. Sweetbread sounds like cake. Like pound cake, maybe. Which is kind of like cake, but bread. You guys don't like canned food? What's the matter with you? Is it different in the UK? Well, for one thing, you call it tinned. That makes it sound blah. If it's canned, it's in a can. If it's in a tin, it's like, ah. Only fresh or frozen. I will say with green beans, the canned ones are awful, but the frozen ones are pretty good. I like fresh veg, but I never cook it fast enough, and I hate throwing out food, so I'll go for frozen. Nuggets in the oven. You got one less oven. One less oven. That's definitely what you meant. One less oven than usual. Usually you get 1 oven per nugget. Oh my god, imagine if you had... Imagine if you're cooking like 24 chicken nuggets and you have 24 itty-bitty nugget-sized ovens. I'm gonna say onions for some reason. You have 24 individual tiny ovens, 1 for each nugget. You gotta go in and flip them. That would be so funny. Rip your missing nugget. Frozen mashed potatoes, huh? But are they like... Maybe if they have like cream and like seasoning and stuff in them and you just... Frozen mashed potatoes, I've never heard of that though. That sounds odd. Frozen potatoes, maybe? Frozen fries and stuff? Frozen mashed potatoes sounds like you would just have like a big chunk of potato. Now I'm really interested. How the heck does frozen mashed potato work? Is it like my frozen spinach ball from earlier? Curry was so good. Frozen veg and lentils and add some rice. That does sound good. I've been meaning to learn how to make curry. I don't even really... I'm still unclear as to what curry is. I think it's just something spicy with rice and other stuff. I think I'm learning that the word curry is a lot like the word soup. It's just kind of... It's not like, it's this. It's just sort of, you know... Or like pizza. You know, pizza can have all kinds of stuff in it. Soup can have all kinds of stuff in it. Tin can food has a weird flavor. Maybe it's whatever they put in there. Here stuff gets salt added usually to it. But the whole point of canning stuff is that you don't need a bunch of preservatives, right? Definitely the same density as other breads, just sweeter. So it's a little fluffier than a cake. But I've had really dense cake, like pound cake, right? Is almost bread-like, but not really because it's still cakey. Yeah, I don't know. It sounds good though. Frozen veg is pretty much the best though. Maximum nutrients. Usually they cut it up for you already. Like, you know, if you get frozen broccoli florets or something, you don't have to cut them all up. You just throw them in the steamer or whatever. I love steaming broccoli. I've been not wanting to cook at all. Like yesterday, I just made ice cream for supper because I was like, it's too hot, man. I don't want the oven on. I'm making ice cream. I'm gonna turn on the blender. That's all right. Curry's just spicy food originally from Asia. The only curry I've ever had was my friend whose family's from Jamaica made it. And I think it was just like spicy yellow rice with chicken. So... with cream and seasoning, you can get seasoning for cheap and cream for a decent price. I guess it's just the convenience, I guess. Or people, maybe it's for people who don't have the muscle power to mash their own potatoes. I don't know. The closest thing you have to canned veg is pickles and baked beans. You should have that as a meal, pickles and baked beans. Emergency lentil. I like that. Emergency lentil. You never know when you're gonna need some lentils, and then you'll be glad you've got some tinned ones. A dot cake? What the heck is a dot cake? I'm just thinking of poppy seed cake, and now I'm like, oh man, poppy seed cake. What the heck is a dot cake? If it's viral and I look up dot cake, it should show me, right? Viral dot cake. Oh wait, dots? Like those ice cream things? Wait, sprinkle? I'm confused. Wasn't dots like a thing where they were like little balls of ice cream or something? Wasn't that called dots? It's not that though? Is it just cake made of sprinkles? What is this? Or is it just a cake with like, it's just a cake but you cover it in sprinkles? That's what it looks like. It just looks like a cake with just put sprinkles on it. That doesn't seem like anything novel. Or they're... I think I would throw up if I ate that. No offense to Hannah, you know. I think I would throw up if I ate that. Like sprinkle... I don't really like sprinkles, though. They're too, like... It's just crunchy sugar, right? But I don't think I do well with sugar these days, because I don't really eat it, you know? So if I did, I would probably get sick if I ate a lot. That looks very sugary. Although, you can probably get sprinkles that are not very sugary. I do love sprinkles, just not to eat. They're very pretty. Anyway, I see the dot cake. You should definitely make it, though, and put pictures in Discord so I can see it, because it looks cute. It looks pretty. I like how there's just everything is viral. I should make a TikTok account for my stupid recipes. I'm not calling dot cake stupid, but my recipes are stupid. I should just put them on TikTok and get famous there. Boom. Make a sheet cake, take a ramekin, shove it into the cake, and put a layer of frosting. Put the ramekin through the cake one more time, frosting, then dip it in this thought sprinkled. So you're using the ramekin like a cookie cutter for the cake, pretty much? So that you get a ramekin-shaped sheet of cake? That sounds really good. I want to try that, but not with sprinkles. Maybe with Nutella. Ooh. You've looked at numerous ones, the dot cakes? You just don't like the textures? I think I'm imagining having a mouthful of sprinkles. Well, the ones... That would be... Obviously, the cake is baked already. So you don't bake it with the sprinkles in it. What if you, like, half-baked it? What if you did, like, a double-baked cake? Is that a thing? You know, like refried beans? Refried cake. What if you baked your cake enough that it's solid, and then mushed the sprinkles in the middle, and then baked it some more so they all kind of melt into an atrocious rainbow puddle in the middle of the cake, and then you frost it and put more, you know, the second layer and everything, and food is subjective. Yeah, true. That is true. Eat the cake directly from the ramekin. I'm not sure what's so, like, revolutionary about that. There was another cake that was trending. This was really funny. This is kind of offensive, I think, to Japan. They called it the viral Japanese cheesecake. Have you guys seen that? People on TikTok being like, I'm making this Japanese cheesecake. And they have, like, a cheesecake, like an instant cheesecake tub or something. And they, what did they do? They stuff Biscoff cookies in it. I think that's what they're called. Biscoff cookies. And then they put, like, I don't know, Oreos, every kind of cookie, syrup, flavorings, everything. It's like when you're a kid and you go to like a sundae bar and you can just have at her and you get your ice cream and then it's overflowing with like toppings by the end. You just put all the sprinkles, all the chocolate, all the sauces, everything, crackers, you know, cookies, whatever, colorful sticks of sugar, whatever, you know? But they did that with this cake, and the thing that's so funny and borderline criminal about it is the fact that the original was just somebody in Japan being like, here's a nice, healthy, low-calorie snack. You take a thing of Greek yogurt, and you just stick some Biscoff cookies in it, and you let it sit for a few hours. And then what happens is the cookies kind of, they mushify in the yogurt. So then when you eat it with like a spoon, it's like, it's got layers of like kind of cookie crumb crust and Greek yogurt. And that was it. Greek yogurt and cookies. Yeah, that was a low-calorie snack. And then now it's like, it's become like an abomination. It's like an insult to the original people, just putting as much sugar and rich stuff and calories on it as they can. It's the complete opposite. I think it's hilarious. But I did start making my own, and I love it. And what I do, because I don't think I've ever had Biscoff cookies. Apparently they exist here, but I had never heard of them. But I use like brand cereal. Like I like the all brand stuff. It's like, it looks like hay and it's very dry. And I mean, I'll eat it with milk sometimes, but I'd rather just have bran flakes because I like the texture better. These are like little hay sticks of bran, and they're not like, they're just, it feels like you put it in your mouth and then your mouth is like a desert. It just like sucks all the moisture out of your mouth. It's weird. But I love them for like pudding and stuff. You know, or eating, just mixing with peanut butter in a moment of weakness. Just crunchy peanut butter. But I'll take, guys, okay, here's my brilliant recipe. Okay, here's a brilliant recipe for you guys. Let me know if you think TikTok would like it. You take like a Tupperware, like just like a square or whatever. Something with like nice, you know, walls that don't have a bunch of ridges and weird. It's just like, as, you know. And then you put a layer of whatever brand cereal. You can use bran buds if you want it sweeter, or you can use all bran, which is what I use, or you can do bran flakes, or you can use whatever the heck cereal. Probably any cereal would work, but I like the just bran because it turns into like a graham crust. It's so good. You could probably use graham crackers or animal crackers or whatever the heck, something like that, right? And you just put like a little layer in the bottom, and then Greek yogurt on top. That's all you got to do. But I take it one little step further. Because I like Greek yogurt, like I've come around to it, but it's a little tangy and I would like it a little bit sweeter. You know, I'm not super into sugar, but I got a bit of a sweet tooth. So I take my maple syrup, of course, and I just drizzle that over the top. And then I put that in a fridge for a couple hours. And then when you take it out, it's like magic, like the crust. But then you have like an actual crust at the bottom and it's actually kind of cheesecake shaped. And if you have like a round Tupperware, it will actually look like a tiny cake. You're not going to get it out nicely like a cake, though. But it's, you know, I make my own little personal cheesecake. You know, I love it. It's so good. And I started experimenting, putting instant coffee. Oh, that was good. I put my brand cereal. And then I put a bit of syrup over the brand cereal so that the crust will be sweet. So that it soaks up the syrup. And then I put a bit of instant coffee powder or whatever on it. And then my Greek yogurt. And then I'll put some cinnamon, a little bit more syrup. Oh, you can put chocolate chips, you can put whatever you want, but it's still like relatively healthy. Just don't be adding all this other like Sunday stuff, you know? But it's so good. So good. So that, or the ice cream or whatever, so good. And high protein, because Greek yogurt, cottage cheese, you could probably do it with cottage cheese too, but you'd probably have to blend it first, and that's more work that I don't want to do. So anyway, ice cream dots I mentioned are Dippin' Dots. Their ingredients dropped through liquid nitrogen to instant freeze. That's really cool. I wish I had some liquid nitrogen. I would ice creamify everything. Liquid nitrogen, some nuggies, instant freeze nuggies. No, that's probably not very good. Peanut butter maybe? Oh. Sometimes I'll just freeze peanut butter. I'll just take a little tiny bowl, put a little bit of peanut butter in it, stick it in the freezer, and then you can kind of like shave it off with a spoon later and just let the peanut butter melt. Peanut butter melts anyway, but if it starts from frozen, it's just like, oh. I think it's viral just because people like watch it get put together and the end product is cute. I think that's how a lot of things go viral, you know? A lot of people over glorify Japan. That's true. That is true. You can't eat Biscoff because they put soya in them. I've never had Biscoff, so I don't know what you're missing, but you're probably not missing much. Yeah, like, I think Japan is cool. I think there's a lot of cool cultures. I think what it is that here in the West, and like maybe Europe to an extent, like I don't know if you guys think that North America is cool, like you guys in the UK. But here it's like, well, you know, Japan's just so different. Like Asia is just so different. Kind of like how, but it's the more different it is, the more interesting it is, I guess. You know? And the UK, especially like the English speaking parts of Europe, like all the, not just UK, I meant to say Europe, but like especially the English speaking parts of Europe, like they're still really different. But I think like speaking a different language is one thing that's really huge. And then Japan's got like ninjas and stuff, you know, and everything's all kawaii over there. But every culture has stuff like that. England Jim, thanks for the triple whammy. Oh man, it's break time again. We gotta finish this song. Okay, well let me get some water. And I'll stop sitting on my legs. I will stretch them. They're starting to get, starting to get a little stiff, so it's probably good. Oh. The Dippin' Dots. They were really cool. I haven't seen them in a while, though. Oh, wait, you're talking about Biscoff. I never knew they existed until Hannah and I took a flight to Florida for a honeymoon, and they had them on the plane. And then they had them in every grocery store. You noticed. Is that because they were new, or is it just because you were familiar with them? You know, like when you get a new car, like if you get a blue car, then suddenly you're like, man, everyone drives a blue car. Dang, I thought I was being original. I was like, nah, everyone drives a red car. For real, I think everyone drives like a silver car. Silver's really in right now. Don't care for Dippin' Dots. They're way too cold. Don't think their flavor's as good as other ice creams. I wonder if they lose any of the flavor through the liquid nitrogen processing. It is an interesting idea, though. I like those kind of weird, interesting foods. There was another one that I can't think of right now, but I know there's something else like that. Also enjoy the almost free hug. Thanks again for the big old tip, dude. That's crazy. I'm gonna snooze this ad because I want to do a little bit. I want to do a little bit more music before. Oh yeah, I want to at least. Okay, let's at least do this part. I gotta clean this controller, man. I think I'm ruining my pattern. Hang on. Dun da 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 da. Dun. Okay, so and then we do bum. Hang on a sec. Bottom, bottom, bottom. Oh yeah, so if I just do. Okay, we have Okay. Oh, I remember what I was gonna do. I was gonna have that every time it plays, like the second time, it's like quieter or something. A little bit quieter. Yeah. I think that makes sense. Or I could have it going left or right. I could always do that later, though. Okay, I need to I'm just gonna copy paste this again. We're gonna okay. So the pattern is we're just gonna add one after every one. Oops. Okay. I just want to make sure it keeps the accents right, you know? So maybe I put one here also. Yeah. Oh, have an idea. Karen, make a lead 2. Perfect. Okay. What's that phenomenon called again? Where, like, as soon as you're familiar with something, I've heard that from, like, pregnant ladies, too. Like, when you get pregnant, you're like, dang, everyone's having a baby. What the heck? I thought it was just me. And then suddenly everyone is. Or, like, you get a new car. Everyone has that same car. You're like, man, I thought I was being original with this, you know, Toyota Corolla. And you're like, everyone has a Toyota Corolla now. What the heck? You know? Or, like, man, everyone's, you know, you start riding your bike to work. You're like, oh, there's so many cyclists out. I never noticed. You know, that kind of thing. I don't know what that phenomenon is called, but it's like as soon as you start doing something, you know? Or if I'm, like, playing RuneScape and I'm like, oh, man, everyone's playing RuneScape now. Like, oh, I never noticed before. You know? The truth is, though, everybody who ever played RuneScape is still playing RuneScape because you never quit RuneScape. You just take breaks. I think I want to put some vibrato on here. And then get rid of it right away. What if we do, like... It's a coma. Yeah, see, it's the same thing. There's a name for that. Yeah. Wow or wow? Bum bum bum. Down. Down, down, bum, bum, bum. Da, 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 da. I want it to end on G. Ah, that's it. Yes. Okay. But now I'm gonna change this because I want it to lead back into the G. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. Okay, I think this will be good. We'll check it when we get back. We're gonna take a break. And then we got another hour or so to finish off this song. Alright. Let's listen to... Where are we? I don't remember where I left off last time. Well, let's start here. Okay, we'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Have a good break. Oops, we're not listening to this one right now. I was like 10 seconds late. My bad. Should try some what? Some haggis? Some haggis? Is that other Greek yogurt? Isn't that a brand of Greek yogurt? Something like that. You want to try a spice bag? What in the heck is a spice bag? Well, you said it's an Irish food. Do I gotta look that up? Okay, maybe I'll look that up real quick. It's called spice bag? I feel like I'm just gonna see bags of spices. A spice bag is a fast food dish popular in most of Ireland and inspired by Chinese cuisine. It's most commonly sold in blah 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 blah. Typically consists of deep fried salt and chili chips, which I'm assuming they mean fries, right? Salt and chili chicken, red and green peppers, sliced chili peppers, fried onions, a variety of spices served in a paper bag. Whoa, what? That looks good except for all the things that would just destroy my stomach. Fries and fried onions. That's what I'm getting out of that, dude. Holy smokes, that looks yummy. Forget all the peppers. No peppers. No spicy stuff. Haggis. I thought that was like a Greek yogurt thing. What the heck is that? What is that? What? It's like it looks like a potato filled with beef. What is that? What am I looking at? Looks like a potato with or like a sausage skin or what? Okay, hang on. And I'm probably saying it wrong. A savory pudding. Dude, I don't know what the heck pudding means to you people. You people over there across the pond. You don't know what pudding is. Pudding is like a bun or something for you. It's a savory pudding containing sheep's pluck. Okay. I don't know what that is. Okay, some kind of lamb. Minced with chopped onion, oatmeal, suet, seasonings, and salt mixed with stock and cooked while traditionally encased in the animal's stomach. Though now an artificial casing is often used instead. Oh, it is like a sausage thing. Okay, well, that actually... Oatmeal? That sounds like you could, wait, why is it... What is the haggis made of? Is it Scottish? Why is it banned in the US? Is it banned in the US? Maybe the stomach part. It is often served with neeps and tatties, in brackets, mashed turnips and potatoes. Thanks for the translation there, Wikipedia. It's not. I feel like I don't know. Why is it banned in the US? Whether it is or not, that's a hilarious thing to come up when I search for it. I think elements of that look good. It's, you know what? It's like, that's like when I make my taco stuff. Like, I use the word taco very loosely. You know, we just have tortillas and put stuff in them. And it's usually meat with whatever else is around. So, chicken or beef, usually, sometimes pork, black beans, onion, obviously garlic and salt. They go in everything. And then also, like, you know, the bean sprouts, or zucchini, or rice, or noodles even. I haven't put noodles in tacos, but I would do it. Chow mein tacos? What if we have Chinese Mexican night? Ooh, chow mein tacos. I see that going two ways. You could have tacos with like chow mein filling. I wonder if broccoli would go in a taco. Would you guys have would you have a taco with broccoli in it? Broccoli, chicken, and noodles in a tortilla. With gravy. That reminds me of the time that I really wanted pancakes, but I'm really bad at making pancakes. But we had tortillas. So I was like, I'm just gonna put like butter and cinnamon and syrup on the tortilla. And it was like one of the most god-awful things. Have you ever tried something where like, this probably won't taste bad, and it was somehow atrocious? Like, it was just way worse. You know how sometimes there's like, you put a couple of spices or ingredients together and you're like, dang, this tastes so much better. You know, like the peanut butter and chocolate. Peanut butter's amazing. Chocolate is amazing. We have peanut butter and chocolate together. It's like, oh, it's like even more amazing. It's more than two amazings. It's like super phenomenal-tastic amazing, right? It's like, whoa. But sometimes if you're like, I have this thing that's good and this thing that's good, and you put them together and you're like, bleh. How could it taste that bad? Yeah, a Braco taco. You would try it, right, Blast? Blast, what's the weirdest, like, food concoction you've come up with? I feel like you could rival some of my recipes. I feel like if anyone in chat has done some weird food experimenting, it's you. I could be wrong, you know. But seems like something that would be right up your alley. To finish my chow mein taco thought, you could put the chow mein in the taco, but you could also put the taco in the chow mein. Because I was like, oh yeah, you could do that, but then what if instead of the tortilla, you just use noodles? I'm like, yeah, well, that's chow mein. But what if you had, like, chow mein noodles, but instead of, like, chow mein stuff, you had taco stuff? So, like, ground beef and, like, tomatoes and cheese and everything with noodles. Well, that's basically lasagna. Not lasagna. Cheese and onion crisps with grapes? That could be an interesting one. I used to dip carrots in chocolate pudding when I was a kid, and the other kids at school made fun of me, so I used to sit under the table and eat it. Which probably got more kids staring at me, to be honest. Weirdest food's probably prairie oysters. Wait, I've heard of that. What is that? Because it's not what it sounds like, I think, right? There we go. That works. Stargazy pie. Alright, but I'm gonna have this playing in the background so that I can pretend that I'm working. Stargazy pie. That sounds like it could be really good or really bad. What? Baked pilchards. I don't know what pilchards are. Eggs and potatoes with a pastry crust. That could be really good, but it all depends on what pilchards are. Oh, it says sardines. Gross. I'm gonna ignore the pilchards part. Why don't you just call them sardines if that's what they are? Why people gotta be so confusing? You can still hear me over the music, right? That sounds like it'd be really... Okay, I'm just picturing an egg and potato. How about instead of... Okay, how about we substitute... Instead of pilchard sardines, we can sub in bacon. Bacon, egg, potato pie. Now we're talking. Oh my god, I just saw pictures of it. Why is it... It looks like something out of RuneScape. Is this something that you eat, like, normally where you are? Is this a British thing? A UK thing? God, why they got the fish head sticking out of the pie? Why do they... Is that why it's called stargazy? Because they're gazing? Also, sometimes they put little stars in it to look... That's cute. I don't know why there's a bunch of just... There's just... You guys should all look... You should all be subjected to this, too. Go look up stargazy pie. What on earth? Stargazy is not a regular British person. That's not what I said. British person? No, I mean, is this something that you eat there? This looks like a British thing. This looks like something that you would eat. What the heck? Why are they all... It looks like all the fish are doing some kind of weird ritual, but they died halfway through because they were in a pie. What on earth? I'm not bashing it. There's just something very jarring for someone who has never eaten fish with eyeballs, you know, still intact. Oh, this one has the tail sticking out. That looks kind of... This just looks like a bunch of fish got lost in your pie. This doesn't... Huh. I would eat it, though. You know why? Because I can see where the fish are. I could just eat around the fish. Just don't eat the fish. Don't eat the fish. There's nothing wrong with me. There's something wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with me. I hope your stepson doesn't eat the fish. Oh my god, that's crazy. Other than the fish part, it sounds good, though. Also, these are, like, the biggest sardines I've ever seen. Like, I've never actually seen sardines, but aren't they supposed to be tiny? Like, there's that game you play that's like... Did you guys ever play sardines? God, they really just have the fish sticking out of the pot. Like, I can't believe this is, there's so many pictures. It's not like one person. Why is this not trending on TikTok? This is way wackier than heckin' dot cakes. There's just literal fish heads popping out of the pie. Like, why though? Do you eat the face? Do you eat the fish face? Or do you just put it to the side and let it stare into your soul while you consume the rest of it? What is happening? The little fish faces stick. I can't handle this. This is too much. What on earth? There's those Japanese oh, what the heck? Takoyaki? Is it takoyaki? It's grilled something. Is it takoyaki? It's like Stargaze pie sounds so romantic and nice, and then okay, it's not takoyaki. That's octopus balls. What's the one that's, it's like a fish cookie, like a fish-shaped, it's something else yaki, I think. Is it takoyaki? It might not be yaki. Yaki means fried, and I don't think it's like a fish-shaped thing. I've heard scramble. Yeah, I've heard of that. I gotta look up prairie oysters, too. That sounds like a thing that's like... It might just be oysters. Oh, I think it is just oysters. Never mind. That's pretty normal. That seems pretty tame, Blast. I'm sure you've got some concoctions. Dang, Stargazer pie might be my new favorite thing that I don't want to eat. I can't believe that, like, I need an explanation. Taiyaki, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, taiyaki. What does tai mean? Because apparently taco means octopus. Yeah, taiyaki. I don't think they taste like fish. They just look like fish. They're very pretty and cute. Oh, there's some festive Christmas tree taiyaki at some matcha place that probably isn't in Japan. It's probably just stealing the idea and then Americanizing it because, you know, westernizing it. We like to do that. Taiyaki looks good, though. Alright, I found a recipe. I'm gonna make some taiyaki later. Teppanyaki isn't Japanese? Teppanyaki. I remember that too, but I don't know what it is. I got a bunch of pictures. What's teppanyaki? Is that something that I don't know. I've got a bunch of pictures, a bunch of stuff. Taiyaki. Flour, sugar, eggs, honey, baking soda, water, mirin. What is mirin? The heck is mirin? Also, you know that it's a fancy, authentic Japanese recipe because they use rock sugar. Oh, red beans? Maybe... No, it says 7 mils of mirin. That's definitely not beans. 7 mils would be like half a bean. Teppanyaki is one where they cook in front of you. Oh, okay. Huh. Anyway. Prairie oysters, often called Rocky Mountain oysters, are... Oh, never mind. See, I knew it would be... That's what I was expecting. Maybe I have safe search on and that's why it didn't pop up. Huh. Yeah, the taiyaki is like a bean cookie, right? But they're really sweet. They have material instead of ingredients. This is so cute. I can tell that it was written by a non-native English speaker. Material. The materials that you need to craft the taiyaki. Baked bean cookies. Oh, contents. Red beans and rock sugar. I guess material is for the outer part. Anyway, yeah, they're bean cookies. Have you guys ever had taiyaki? They look good. I'm probably not gonna actually make them, but I like that they're fish-shaped. They're cool. They look nice. I've been wanting to bake something, but, you know, oven. I'm trying to think of stuff that I can bake, but without heat. Bake or cook, but without heat. It's proving difficult. What if you could reverse cook stuff? Like, cook it in the freezer. You know. Just eat some frozen meat. Just freeze off all the bacteria. That works, right? Just freeze it instead of, Yeah. Yeah, that sounds safe, right? Prairie oysters. That makes sense. I knew it would be some kind of, like, you know, euphemism may or may not be the word. Also, hey, Kay, how's it going? And Trackus. I think you guys kind of both said taiyaki at the same time, and my brain just mushed you both together. You're one person today. You're like a two-headed. You're like. Is there a special name for a two-headed cyclops? You know, two heads, two eyes, just one eye on each head. Is that a special kind of mythical creature, or is that just how like cyclops twins work? Anyway, that's you guys. Just for today. Put something else here, but I'm not sure what. Oh, I know. We'll just do a sticks instrument. Eating a live octopus? Do they do that, or was it just that one horrible YouTube person who did that? I can't get behind that. Oh, we restarted. Sannachi. I'm gonna not Google that one. Oh yeah, taiyaki. I love taiyaki too. I've never had it though. Is it good? That's a stupid question. You just said you love it. I just like the idea of it, that it's like these, they're... Do you have a recipe for it? I found an authentic one. I can tell it's authentic because instead of ingredients, it says material. Which sounds like something that somebody wrote down with the help of Google Translate, perhaps. I always wanted to try them. I'm wondering if that's something where you make your own or you just get it from like a local place. I imagine that like a lot of sushi places probably also have taiyaki. Or maybe not, maybe sushi is just sushi and they just leave it at that. I only went to a sushi place like once and I don't think I ate anything because my friends were like, let's get sushi, and I was like, I don't really like sushi, and they're like, too bad, we're getting sushi, and I was like, I'll have a water, thanks. I felt super rude. I was like, I just ate. Yep. And yeah. Ham, egg, and chips. I mean, I'm all for just having potato with everything all the time. Taiyaki's not fish at all. Yeah, I know. It's, I don't know. I was thinking more because it's like a Japanese thing that they eat as opposed to because of fish. It's just fish shaped. It's red beans, right? Red bean cookies. Or it's like, it's just sweet cookies. I saw honey in the thing. So it's like honey and flour and stuff. And then the inside is like red beans. Also there's, what was it, millen? I don't know what that is. Maybe that's a special spice or something. Do you make it yourself though ever, Tyler? Have you ever, with your baking and stuff? Or do you just get them when you go out somewhere? All your grocery stores have sushi bars now. Not totally the same, but one of the malls in town got a new pizza place. Oh my god, it smells so good. Freaking we went there one day and we had to catch our bus and we walked past. It was like, oh my god, why don't we just stay for lunch? We didn't, but it smelled so good. They're more like waffles. I'd like to try some. I wonder if there's anywhere in town that has them. Do sushi places have like other stuff? I thought they would have like desserts or other like snacks and things, you know, or you know, I don't really know much about Japanese like food culture. So I don't know if they have like dessert, you know, like there you'll have like an appetizer and then your meal and then dessert. I don't know if they do that. You know, when you get Chinese food, they often give you like wonton soup or something. And you get a bit of wonton soup and then you get your meal and you get your fortune cookie. I don't know if they do stuff like that in Japan. I know miso soup is a thing. But I'm not sure if it's like, oh, that was some great sushi. Let's have some taiyaki now. Like I don't know. Maybe. So that's why I was kind of thinking like, oh, maybe a sushi place would also sell that and you could have it like to go. You know, you go to Subway and you get your sandwich, you get a cookie. You know. You never made it. A few places, a few towns over that make them. You've gotten Nutella filled ones, Oreo filled ones, ube. Ooh, ube sounds good. I don't like sushi either. That's funny. Strawberry and chocolate bar. Oh my gosh. I didn't know that this was a thing, but recently, Freak Sister shared with us freeze-dried strawberries dipped in dark chocolate. And I was like, I'm good, thanks. You know, I'm not really one for like fruit candy. She's like, no, try it. And I was like, oh, this is way too good. Mute Lark. Hey, thanks for the Mute Lark, Pat. Have a great weekend if you're not out of lurk because you're probably starting to stream right now. And I'm supposed to be ending in 12 minutes, but I probably won't be. But you're probably streaming longer than that anyways, so. Anyway, have a great weekend and danke voor de Nederlandse praktijk. I think that's right. Danke voor helpen met mijn oefenen. I learned that practice in Dutch is oefenen, and I like that. Because sometimes when you're practicing something new, it's like, oof. Oefenen. I'm like that too. Way less picky, but still kind of picky. Dang, ube though. I gotta get some ube. There's gotta be some like, I mean, like I said, there's tons of Filipino people here, so they've got to get it somewhere, right? I think, is ube like big outside of the Philippines? Cause I don't know. Maybe you just don't hear about Filipino stuff that much. It's always like with food and that, it's always like Japanese food, you know, sushi, Chinese food, or like Vietnamese or Thai. You never really hear about like Filipino food. I think ube is a traditional Filipino thing, but maybe it's just like other places too. Maybe it's just like a lot of places in Asia use it. I don't know. I always thought it was Filipino because I had a Filipino friend in school, and I went to her place once and her mom made ube cake and it was so good. And I was like, dude, what is this purple cake? She's like, it's ube. Like, just looked at me like, you never had ube before? And I'm like, I'm a white girl, dude. I don't... I mostly just eat white girl food, thank you very much. Never had purple... I don't think I'd ever eaten anything purple, actually, that wasn't, you know, candy. I don't think I'd ever had anything purple. I was like, what do you mean this purple cake? And it was so good. Ube doesn't have, like, a super strong taste. It was just, like, nice and like, kind of sweet, you know? It was just nice. Never heard of it till you tried the taiyaki filled with it, and it was one of your favorites. Nice. Haven't had the red bean paste one yet. It's funny because I just looked up taiyaki and I saw a whole bunch of like Christmas tree. Somehow it's still fish shaped, but also Christmas tree shaped. Oreos, all kinds of sprinkles, and I'm like, yep, that looks like what we do to, you know, deface Japanese cultural food. Do they do that there? Do you think? Do you think they put candy on their taiyaki? I feel like taiyaki was like already a treat. And then America's like, oh yeah? Watch this. Cracking. That's my knuckles I'm cracking. Might as well do my wrist too. Hopefully that doesn't give anyone the ick. Sorry about that. You guys don't have a problem with cracking knuckles, right? Or necks. I'm a very crackly kind of person. I just get up and like 5 things just crick crack. Crick crack crock. Actually, you know, Rice Krispies here is crick crack crock on the French side. Crick crack crock. And so it's funny. People say like when they're getting older, they're like, yeah, my bones go snap, crackle, pop, and I'm like, mine go crick, crack, crack. You don't have Mexican food? You have a lot of kebab shops. I've seen Secret Eaters. I've seen your kebab shops. It looks so good. You normally have chips with kebabs, right? UK chips, that is. Cracking your knuckles and neck keeps you sane. Me too. I like crack. I feel like too much tension builds up. I gotta crack my fingers like all the time. My toes, my ankles. I crack my ankles and wrists a lot. Every culture takes other cultures and bastardizes it. Yeah, I think so. A lot of people go to eat at American restaurants in Japan. They serve pizzas with hot dogs on them. This is what they eat in America. Hot dog pizzas. With some Oreos on top for good measure. That's hilarious. They probably, I wonder if they have like one Canada food stall somewhere in Japan and it's just like poutine with like maple syrup on it or something. And wonder if they have Tim Hortons in Japan. Huh. Maybe. 2 jacket potato businesses with beef. Oh my god. Sounds delicious. Dude, the pizza, the hot dog pizza though. That's really funny. And to be fair, I'm sure there's somewhere in America you can get that. I don't think that's too out there. They're like, we'll just put it all the same, you know? What's the main difference between like authentic pizza, authentic Italian pizza? Also, pizza's Italian, but I heard someone say there was you know, going around the schoolyard for a while, people used to say, "Oh, did you know pizza is actually from China?" I don't know where that came from. I'm not sure what that's all about. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was the same, but they had noodles instead of crust. I don't know. I don't know anything about anywhere. In Japan, you can get Christmas KFC plates and stuff because I believe it's like a typical Christmas dinner in the States. I mean, it might as well be, right? I'm kidding. I told you about that video I saw. I think it was called How to Speak Japanese While Speaking English. And they have like Christmas cake and they say Christmas keiki. That's how you say Christmas cake. It's pretty funny. There is something kind of cute about that though. Like having like KFC being like, guys, for Christmas this year, we're gonna have a traditional American Christmas dinner. They pull out like their best ceramic plates. Fried chicken, KFC. I wonder what they normally have in Japan. Turkey's probably, there's probably not a lot of turkey over there. That is cute though. Maybe they think we're cute, destroying all of their cultural foods. They're like, taiyaki with Oreos? Really, guys? I want to see, do you guys, I don't think, see, Canada is like, we're not like enough of our own thing, I think. Do you guys, hey, make me feel better, okay? Do you guys see any like Canada, like stuff, you know? There's all kinds of different kinds of Asian shops and European stores and, you know, markets and stuff. There's no like Canada stuff. I mean, I'm in Canada, so everything here is Canada stuff, right? And I don't really go elsewhere, but I don't think it's a very popular thing, right? You don't have like Canadian cuisine or something. That would just be a poutine stop. As far as you guys know, that's all we eat. Poutine. Maybe bannock. You guys ever had bannock? It's not that good. It's not that good. Bannock is kind of weird because I'm pretty sure the original, like, the purpose of bannock was just, like, rations to keep you full. It's just, like, lard and butter and salt and more lard. It's, like, literally just bread made of, like, as much fat as they can put in it. Probably to help you survive the winter. It's like, you know, eating like a bear, but you're not hibernating, but you still have to survive the winter. And that's, you know, what they used to eat. The voyageur and stuff like that. And, like, the, what the heck, oh my god. Whatever. There's a bajillion names for them, but like the Aboriginal people, right? They eat them. I'm like blanking. What's the new word we're supposed to... Indigenous. Gosh, I couldn't. Anyways, yeah, the indigenous people. They would eat stuff like that, like, you know? And it's just like... But it's like a thing. People make it for a treat now. It's kind of funny because I'm pretty sure it wasn't like a big fancy treat. I think it was like comfort food, but it was more like just about survival. It wasn't supposed to be like a delicious thing. It was just fat because it's, you know, keep you going. Hey Dips, how's it going? You want the goatee? There you go. Nice goatee. Hope you're doing well today. You have Tim Hortons. That's not the same. They had a whole Japanese Colonel Sanders dating game. I saw that. Yeah, that was weird. Same way we glorify Japanese stuff like Hello Kitty and Pokemon, they really seem to live KFC's Colonel Sanders. That's so funny. Guys, oh my god. It's like, guys, there's more to, you know, North America than just Colonel Sanders. Maybe Japan's like, guys, there's more than just Hello Kitty and Pokemon. Nope. Well, there's also Astro Boy. Don't forget Astro Boy. Anyway. But... I digress. What was I gonna say? I forget what I was gonna say. Anyway. If you guys have, like, any specific, like, Canadian-themed anything, I'd be curious to see what other countries think of us. Aside from, like, maple syrup and hockey. Also, I was saying, I'm not trying to bash Bannock. It's alright. It's not like, every time that I'm near Bannock, I'm like, ooh, Bannock, and then try some, and I'm like, it's not that good. Like, it's not super flavory, it's just really, really rich. But it's like, I feel like it doesn't taste as good as it should for how unhealthy it must be. That being said, though, oh my god, you guys. A few weeks back, we went to see Freak's Family, and his mom made Bannock. Bannock, fresh out of the oven. I could not stop myself. I ate way too much Bannock. It was so good. So I think that's the trick. You gotta eat it hot. Or maybe just add more salt to it. I don't know. And then, not Freak's sister putting peanut butter on it. I was like, oh my god. It's pretty funny. Oh yeah, DQ12! I still haven't watched it. I should. How long is the video? How long is the video? I'm not gonna ask if it's worth doing a reaction video because I'm not gonna do it. Also, I don't really want to stream, you know, Square Enix stuff. It's too much, it's too annoying, so... But I might play it if I ever get through 11. Which is on sale, by the way. Man... Dragon Quest XI is on sale again, and I just got a big tip earlier. I could totally get it. I really want a physical copy of that one, though. That one, you know, I don't want to just download it. I want to get a physical copy, but the download one is, like, on sale a lot, and it tempts me every time. And Freak has it. He has the digital one. There's no reason for me to buy it, unless I got the physical version. I could get the physical one. Or maybe if they re-release it on Switch 2 for some reason, which they probably won't. And if they did, oh, maybe they would say that. Anyway, okay, let me read what you said. Game looks pretty, but don't know enough yet. Not sure how I feel about the Pro Tag yet. Turns out, though, it was a Toriyama design before he passed, so unless he left a backlog of unused designs, this is one of his last DQ Pro Tags we will see originally made by him. That's pretty special, though. DQ12 part was only a few minutes. I guess 11 got announced. Yeah, specific Switch 2 version. Oh, hey! I should have just read your thing. Darn it. I might need that then. There's a Canadian pub in Covent Garden in London called the Maple Leaf. Okay, I gotta see this. The Maple... Of course it's called the Maple Leaf. Covent Garden. Let's see this. Oh my god, it's so Canadian looking. Holy crap. Look at the maple leaves all over it and the Canada flag. Wait, is it a chain? I see like multiple different storefronts. Wow, it looks just like everything here. Everything here looks exactly like that. Everything here is red and white. You guys know that, right? Everywhere you go, there's just maple leaves everywhere. Everything's red and white. You're actually not allowed to have, like, you can have other colors in your establishment, but the red and white has to be the majority. So it has to be at least 51%, some mixture of red and white, and no other color can, you know, be more than 40% on its own. So, you know, just to make sure. We got to keep up the appearances. I'm just kidding. That's not true, obviously. Canadian Idiot by Weird Al. I knew about that. I'm not sure how I haven't heard it. I'm sure I did hear it, like, way back. That's cool. Okay, thanks for sharing that. Also near the palace, there's a monument called Canada Gate. Hang on, back to the Google. Canada Gate. I feel like I'm just gonna see a bunch of gates. Oh, in Westminster? Hey, it's really pretty. It's not red and white though, so you know, not authentic, of course. It's really pretty. It's like, what kind of metal is that? Is it obsidian and gold? I like the little lanterns on it. Hey, that's cool. That's really nice. Our gates don't look that nice. Is that how you get to Canada from there? It's just a portal? The Canada Gate. Wow. That's pretty impressive. That looks like something out of Elden Ring or something like that. You've been to the Maple Leaf? How is it? Rate it. Rate the authenticity. How was the poutine? Oh yeah, I gotta listen to Canadian Idiot later. It's probably about saying please and thank you and eating poutine. Canadian Oak in Parliament. Canada War Memorial. Okay, I can't look all these up or I won't get anything done. That's pretty cool though. You do have some things. What's gonna be in the Switch 2 version of Dragon Quest XI? Because if that ends up being like the definitive edition, which is what the one that's already out is called, so if it's like the definitive, the super definitive, then I might have a leg to stand on. Then I might need to get it. Man, I'm still really thinking about getting Tomodachi Life. That's another game, guys. I've been playing that in Dutch too. I've been playing that in Dutch on the demo. And it's pretty funny. It seems really well translated though. Oh shoot, I was gonna ask Pat about this. There's a saying in Dutch that translates to like to knit an end to something, which I think is just like to put an end to something, but I was like, what's up with that? I was hoping he could like elaborate, but he's in mute lurk right now, so he can't hear me. Is he streaming, by the way? I bet he started streaming. That's usually why he does mute lurk. He wants to be here, but also he's doing his own thing. If I raid him, what are the odds that he starts talking Dutch to me? He is streaming. He's doing a hat in time. Guys, if I raid him, he's gonna try talking Dutch to me, and my, like I can, if he types in chat, I can read it and look at the words and be like, okay, I know that word and that word and that word, and then kind of like fill in the blanks, right? If he's talking to me, he's gonna be like talking like full speed native Dutch, and I'm gonna be like, what? You don't remember what you had? It's been a long time. You were in a ton of pubs. Your memory's questionable. I was gonna say when in Rome, but yeah, I guess it seems like pub area. I don't know much about London or like England or the UK as a whole, but I know there's a lot of pubs. Or at least it seems like there's a lot of pubs. I kind of want to change this a bit because I feel like I'm just stealing it from the other song entirely. Okay, let's see what time is it. 2:15. Okay, I have a bit of time. I didn't have time to do like a full music stream later, but I'm not like, you know, I'm not tied up right away, so we can go a little longer. I gotta finish this song. Tips for visiting London. Avoid London. All right. Why? Why avoid London? What can I do with this? I could just like add a bunch of extra notes and stuff, but I'm trying to avoid doing that because I want it to keep that slow, important kind of feel. I don't want it to get too hectic feeling, you know? I just don't like London. We could use better public transit. I think Toronto has really good public transit. All the, like, big... Vancouver... All the big, important places have good public transit, and everyone else is like, here's a bus. If you miss it, there'll be another one in, you know, 40 minutes or something. It's not that cold today. It's only minus 39. If it was minus 40, then... Well, then the bus would probably get stuck somewhere. Nothing like, you're missing your bus because it gets, or, you know, snowed out. And then actually, there was one time I was waiting for my bus, and I kept checking the time for it, and it was just, like, pushing it back later, and then canceled. And I was like, oh, got, like, snowed out or broke down or something in the winter. And then I was waiting for the next bus, and then that bus was, like, 45 minutes late. By the time I got to work, oh, God, it was, like, 2 hours late for work. And they were just like, yeah, we get it. Oh, my God. London does have a special breed of mosquitoes that can only be found in the London Underground. That sounds pretty special. Now I really want to go to London. Dang. Check out those mosquitoes. Oh, I played Professor Layton. I know that much. I know Professor Layton amount about London. I'm gonna change this instrument, I think. That will help. Just make it a bit different. I know what I'm gonna do. A 3-story M&M store. soup sellers. Are there any... Wait, can you ever swim in a river? Aren't you supposed to not swim in rivers? Isn't rivers not for swimming? Aren't rivers not for swimming, generally speaking? Oh. Hey, super jump. How's it going? Wait. Bring it to the bottom of this. Haha. I'm from home. How about you? How about you? Me too. Working from home. Working from home's nice, right? You got all the comforts of, well, home. Hopefully you're having a super duper extra cozy day today. This is important, chat. Yeah, I like this better. Oh, that went up by accident. I meant to do this, but I said it by accident. I like that better. Oh, not 12. No, 8 was good. Quesabirria? I still can't roll my R's. It's hard to do. Quesabirria. Siberia. Maybe not. Saskatoon is a river running through. It's pretty common for people to swim in it. You just need to be aware of currents and depth. That's why I say you probably shouldn't swim in rivers. They usually are moving a lot, you know? Also, how much time in the countdown, Super Jump? Okay, what's happening here? Why does it sound... Oh, it's this. Suddenly sound so like high. That's better. That was way too oof before. Here's our song, you guys. Hopefully it sounds kind of regal. So to recap, our character Kija is in love with the princess of the elves and wants to marry her. So to do that, usually what happens is, you know, when you're royalty, you marry other royalty. So then the elven custom is that they trade crowns. So Kija would normally trade crowns with the princess, but Kija's not a princess, so she doesn't have her own crown. So the process is that she has to go and craft a crown fit for the princess. So she's going to go on these trials. She's got to get the proper metal for it and the stones and all this stuff. And she's going to have to imbue it with like magical powers and whatnot. So this is where she's like standing before the king, and the king's like, if you wish to take my daughter's hand in marriage, you must do this, and is telling her all about the trials. So it's supposed to sound very like she's in the hall with like all the royal people, you know. They've got good rapport, though. Like, Kija's one of the elves. Yeah, Kija was born there. I don't know why I forgot earlier, but Kija was born there, and then she left very young, but then she's back now for, like, the first time since when she was little. So, yeah. And, yeah. So, like, it's kind of a formality, but it's also, like, you know, it's still tradition. She still has to prove herself before she could be marrying into the royal family and that. So I'm pretty proud of myself for thinking of that. I think that's a pretty cool custom to have. Because usually they're just like, you're just a plebeian, you're just a peasant. You can't marry a princess. She's a princess. You hear that in like every Disney movie, right? She's a princess. Yeah, you can still marry the princess, but you gotta show that you're worth it, you know? So, thank you. We'll bow. What if I have a bowing emote? I probably don't. Do I? I feel like... No, I don't. I feel like they keep adding all kinds of, like, global stuff. The closest I have is Bop. Or Pixel Bob. Anyways. But yeah, so there's our story. And, yeah, so this is her standing in front of the royal family. And then they're like, it's like your mission should you choose to accept it. They're like briefing her on it. They're like, it won't be easy, but if you want to marry the princess, this is what you gotta do. She's like, all right, sounds good. So then after this is where it starts to really take off because she's gonna go be dealing with scary stuff. And it's not just like mining some ore, you know. She had to do that in her last story. She had to go mine a precious stone, and the mine was caving in on her as she was hurrying to leave. So that was really cool. Again, in my humble opinion. Thanks for the GGs. Thank you. Thank you. You're far too kind. Anyway. So I've got some ideas up my sleeve, but all of the materials, they're not gonna just be, it's not gonna be just go get it, you know. You might think that, but actually, you're gonna have to, there's a lot, there's a basilisk coming up in the story somewhere. Just a little foreshadowing, just a little, you know. Pretty exciting. There's some almost bows. Thank you. They're pretty close to bowing. It's pretty close. I might have a bowing emote that's not called bow, but if it's not called bow, I'm not going to find it. Oh yeah, your quesadilla. Type of taco. Of course it's a type of taco. Everything is a type of taco. Oh boy. It was very tender beef, though Wikipedia says the traditional way would be goat meat. A lot of melted cheese, some cilantro and onions on top, came with a consommé on the side to dip them in. Was super good. That's funny, I've never seen the consommé as like an English word. What does it mean in English? A dip, right? Is it a different, is there something about the dip that's different? Consommé in French just means consumed, so I'm not really sure what that means in English. I haven't seen that loan word before. That sounds really good though. I'm not really familiar with cilantro. Is that the one that some people like it, some people say it tastes like soap? It's very divisive, cilantro. I think I have some. I might have some. I should try it. But I mean, beef, cheese, and onions. I mean, can you know? That does sound kind of quesadilla adjacent. So I'm wondering where the birria part is, what that's from. Some kind of broth. Oh, like a au jus. That's another French loanword thing. That's another loan thing. Been working and lurking all day. Hey, thank you. Just wanted to let you know that you're the best. No, you're the best. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate you lurking, and I appreciate you popping your nose out to say some kind words. I appreciate it very much. And don't forget, well, while you're poking your nose in here, don't forget to poke your nose out of the water and come up for air once in a while, too. Don't get too into the, you know, make sure you take breaks and stuff. Hope work is going well. Cilantro's on? Yeah, it is, right? Some people like it, some taste soap, and it's a genetics thing. I think other places call it coriander. What? What? Cilantro and coriander are the same thing? We gotta stop doing that, man. Gosh, that's confusing. That's funny. Wow. I think I knew that. I'm pretty sure this came up before. I will have to go check and see if I have any cilantro and or coriander. It'd be really funny if I had both and they're just both the same thing. Actually, you probably could. Imagine like a manufacturer of like a spice rack or something, or they just make like spice, what's it? Like little spice containers, and they just put all the names. And then you go to the store and you get some cilantro, but you also get some coriander, but it's from a different brand. So you're like, huh, this brand only carries cilantro. They don't have coriander. I'll have to go check a different brand, and then you get it, and then it'd be really funny. I wonder how many people out there cook with both and don't realize that they're the same thing. Probably everyone knows that except not me. Donairs are Canadian variant of donors. And heroes. I haven't heard of donors, except for people who donate stuff. I don't think that's what you're talking about, and that's also with a O. Broth had some veggies in it too. It was a pretty red broth, so not sure what was all in it. That sounds pretty good. I'm thinking of ideas, man. We have leftover chicken. I could make... Oh, I'm just gonna have a taco for lunch. Just have a taco. Maybe I'll put some cilantro / coriander on it, see if it tastes like soap or if it tastes good. Wouldn't it just be the worst if it was like the most delicious thing ever, unless it tastes like soap? So everyone who has the genetic that makes it, or has the gene, I guess, the soap gene, you got the soap gene, you're just SOL, and everyone else is like, oh, this is delicious. Also, ginger beef is Canadian Chinese. I have a feeling that, like, nothing that you get at a Chinese restaurant is anything that they actually eat in China. Unless you go to dim sum. In which case, everything is, like, fish and gross, in my opinion. So I fully believe they eat that stuff in China. No offense to China. Your cuisine is not for me. I like, as my friend's dad put it, white girl Chinese food. Like, give me that sweet and sour, honey, garlic, whatever. You know? Yes, all that. It's so good. Fajitas. You guys have a lot of Mexican food, I guess, huh? Yum. Gyros are like Greek tacos, right? I think. Sorta. I don't think I've had donaires. To the Google again. It looks like, what's it called? Yeah, that looks like a gyro. That makes sense. But it looks like the word looks like, is it Conair? Like the hairdryer brand? Is it Conair? That's what it made me think of. Those are usually like lamb, right? Is that what it is with gyros? It's like, it's not a tortilla. Or I guess it could be a tortilla, but it's usually like the thicker, like a pita bread or like naan or something like that. Oh, those are so good. Guys, bread, man. Bread is so good. Bread is so good. And then they got the yogurty sauce and then like tomatoes and onions and whatever. Y'all are making me hungry. Alright, is this song done yet? So I can go make some food. You guys are all making me hungry. Fortune cookies are not Asian at all, purely made in the US. That I believe. Pita, yes. Naan is, yeah, naan is Indian flatbread, but I feel like a lot of us just kind of came up with the same thing. I don't think, aren't pitas pretty, well, naan is just amazing and delicious, and if you fry it in garlic, oh, it's way too good. Naan is too powerful. But it's pretty close to pita. A pita is like a thick tortilla. And naan is like, I don't know. Are pitas always supposed to open? Or is it only sometimes? I'm not sure if it's because I froze mine that they just kind of rip when I try to open them and put stuff inside. Because pita's supposed to be like a tortilla pocket, I guess. I think that's the intention, but I've never found one that doesn't rip when I try to open it. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. I love it when people say frustrating. I'm like, yeah, just ignore that first R. It's funnier that way. They're based on Japanese cookies with paper fortunes tucked in. I love the idea of fortune cookies. They're cool. They're all kind of the same thing, yeah. All different regional, cultural variants. But it's interesting because, like, we have those things, right? But we kind of stole them from everybody else. Like, we have bread, mainly, right? I don't think they have, like... Do they have just, like, straight-up bread in, like, India? Some reason, picturing somebody in India eating, like, a PBJ seems really out of place. I mean, now they probably have all kinds of stuff, you know? But it's like, do they import? Is it, like, American bread? Do you think they have American bread and it's just, like, bread? Bread that is not naan or any kind of tortilla, floury, flatbread thing? I wonder. Now I'm wondering what would happen if I took a piece of actual just bread and like flattened it with a rolling pin and like fried it. And then I'm like, I wonder if I can make a tortilla out of just a piece of bread. It's all the same, right? Not quite. But I kind of want to try it. Maybe. Maybe I'll try that. I have tried slicing bread slices just to make them like extra thin and then like toasting them to try to make bread crackers. It's very hard to cut bread that way though, and it's very hard to cut bread straight. But it's kind of, maybe it'd be easier if I toasted it first. It's you know, less floppy. Anyway, I don't know. Here's our song. I don't know if it's gonna... I'm not sure what to do with the ending yet, but I'll probably figure that out later. It's fine. You guys were here for the main bit, so I think you have a good enough idea. You know, if I end up making an ending and you hate it, well, that sucks, but the chances are. If you like this, you'll like the finished product. And if you don't like this, you can, if you're part of Patreon, you can skip a month. That's a really nice thing about Patreon is you can skip a month without having to cancel. You're like, I just don't like this song. And that's fine, by the way. Not everybody has to like everything I make. That would be, you know, that doesn't, things don't work that way. Everybody doesn't like everything all the time. But wait, didn't realize ginger beef was specifically Canadian until May and Ranger Beef had no idea what you were talking about. They've never had ginger beef. Wow. That's crazy when you think about it like that. Like, yeah, you said it was Canadian Chinese. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. I'm like, wait a second. Dang, they never had ginger beef? Dude, ginger beef is good. Unless they make it too spicy, then I can't eat it. But ginger's one of those spices that, like, it's kind of a spice, but it's, like, it's sort of spicy, but not really. It's spicy to my mouth, but not my stomach. My stomach is easily fooled by ginger. You know? It's okay. But in my mouth, I'm like, whew, you know? Anyway. Here's our song. I'm not sure how I'm gonna end it off, if I just kind of like repeat this, some of this, and then fade it out, or if I make an actual ending, but that's okay. Regardless, this is the main chunk of it. It's not gonna change a lot. It might change a tiny bit before I actually send it out. Full disclaimer and all that. If you like this song, which I'll play it for you guys, and then we'll go find someone to raid. But if you like this song, you can pledge $1 on my Patreon. It's just $1, and that's per month. But like I said, you can skip a month if you want, or you can cancel anytime. You can increase. You can. I don't think you can decrease under $1, but you know. Anyways, no pressure. And you've got 2 days, so it's by the end of the month. If you like this song and you pledge $1 on Patreon before the end of May, then next Saturday, June 6th, I'm going to be sending this out to everybody who's a member of Kemi's Adventure Party on Patreon. And if you're not a member and you still like the song, it will be available somewhere later. I might put the album up for sale on Patreon when it's done. Bandcamp has been a little bit tricky to work with lately, and with this being like a year-long project, I didn't want to commit too early, so right now it's just in the void. And the only place to hear it is if you've already had it sent on Patreon. But, yeah, I'll probably put it up in my Patreon shop. And then you don't have to pledge. You'll just be able to buy it if you want. Or maybe even just listen to it. I think I can set it up that you can listen to it without buying it as well. Because you know how I feel about paywalls. They suck. That's how I feel about them. Anyway, here's our song. And feel free to dance if you want. I love seeing people's dance emotes. Especially the funny ones. There's always funny dancing emotes. And, yeah, and then we'll find somebody to raid. Actually loops pretty well. It's not a super long song. It's not super long. I might still add like another section somewhere, but don't count on it. I might or I might not. So, but, you know, if you like the song, you can you can pledge on Patreon. And if you don't like it, you don't have to. I mean, you don't have to, even if you do like, you can do it if you want. If you want to, though, everything is if you want. You can follow me for free on Patreon. And then at least every month when I send out the song to people who support with the paid level, I also put up a post with that month's story. So if you just want to follow along with the story, you can do that as well. Like I said, I like to use Patreon as a sort of blog. I don't post super often, but I like to post things once in a while there, you know. And the only thing really that's behind the paywall is, you know, the music when I send it out, which will be available later because I don't like locking people out of stuff like that. And then sometimes I'll do like IRL posts or just extra stuff. So then nothing super important, but hopefully interesting for the people who do go the little extra mile there. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. Oh, I better save this. There we go. A worthy task. And the next time we can start going and getting some materials to make this princessly crown. Woo, that'll be cool. All right, I'm hungry. I don't know. It's probably your guys' fault. Talking about all your different kinds of tacos all over the world and stuff. But we're gonna go raid Pat because why not? He's playing A Hat in Time, which I think I bought that game like ages ago and I never actually played it. But maybe I'll stream it at some point. Also, just noticed that Pat has put himself in a giant hat. He's a Pat in a hat, you guys. Oh, I'm gonna bug him about that. Hey, let me call him Pat in a Hat, okay? Anyways, we'll be back on Monday. And Monday, ooh, Wind Waker, you guys. I just started Wind Waker. On Monday, we're going to continue. We're actually going to leave Windfall. That's the idea. We'll wrap up some stuff we were working on Windfall. And then we're going to go actually sailing. And it's going to be awesome. And I'm very much looking forward to it. And yeah, Wind Waker. I'm really liking it so far. The controls are still kind of goofy to me. Like the camera feels bad, I'll be honest. But I need to get used to it. It's not the game's fault. It's a me thing. So I figure by doing some side quests and just running around Windfall for a bit, hopefully I'll get past that and I will become one with the controls and then it will be fine. Because it's not fun to just struggle with the controls. Like if I'm trying to do platforming and dungeons and stuff, and every time I want to look right, I'm looking left by accident because the X is inverted or, you know, it's just like an extra obstacle. I might even practice a little bit on the weekend, honestly. Might start another file or just run around a bit and look at things. Probably not, but I might. But also Leagues is still going on, so it's going to be a lot of RuneScape for sure. Anyway, we're going to go raid Pat. Thank you for all the support and for the kind welcome back. I'm sorry that I missed last week, but earache was not fun, and I'm glad that I'm better now. So, yay! Looking forward to more Wind Waker next week, and probably more music too. And yeah, everybody have a super duper extra fantastic weekend, and I'll see you Monday. Bye for now!